Audio check. Okay. Friday has arrived. Captioner getting started. Me getting started. I need this matcha to start hitting. I wouldn't say I'm tired or sleepy, but I'm definitely not at full speed. I have an ink stain on my shorts. When did that happen? When did I have a blue pen near these shorts? That's a good question. Let's see here. Are we ready? I think we're ready. Oh. I can't put Gooch in my stream title. That's so sad. What if I spell it? Okay, there we go. We'll spell Gooch with a G-U-C-H like it's actually spelled. They don't care if it's in my Go Live notification, which is interesting. I guess that makes sense. Like, the title could be seen by anyone on the platform, but the Go Live notification is only going to be seen by people that follow you. So maybe they figure there's less filtration needed. I don't know. Gonna be playing some Yoshi's Story in a few weeks here. Gonna be hearing this song. Well, not this exact version of this song, but pretty sure that's where this song came from. This composition, this melody. Da-ba-da-ba-dee-da-da-beek-a-ba. I don't think that was in anything before Yoshi's Story. I believe that's like the Yoshi's Story like main motif that's in like all the music in the game. Let's bring down this tune. There we go. And let's switch over here. How we doing, everybody? Welcome in. It's Friday. Matcha's here. I'm here. You're here. And the weekend, for those of us that celebrate and observe, is almost here. Or here, depending on your perspective, I guess. Some people consider Friday a weekend day. Not really sure how I feel about that. I guess I'm not really entitled to strong feelings anymore now that every day is kind of the same for me, whether it's a weekday or a weekend day. I mean, every day is different, but yeah. Anyways, let's see. What do we want to talk about? Oh, I need to erase something from my board. We've got to talk about charity stuff. Of course, we've got to talk about VGMCon a little bit, maybe. I made a cool discovery in Mario Party last night as well, that I'm very keen to share. But this, I guess this shouldn't take too long. Let's see, where do we begin? Oh, so I was mixed up about some things. I was talking about Mario Party extensively on Tuesday, I think. I don't think it was yesterday. I think it was Tuesday. I was talking about how there's these, like, single-player side modes in the early games that, like, nobody thinks about or remembers or is aware of. And I just think they're really neat. And I got a little mixed up. I was thinking that the single-player minigame coaster mode was in Mario Party 1, but that's in Mario Party 2. I still haven't been able to clear World 7 of minigame coaster in Mario Party 2, and that's going to be my next mission, because last night I cleared minigame Island in Mario Party 1. And it's significantly less diabolical than minigame coaster in Mario Party 2, but it's still a little bit diabolical because you're essentially on like a board map, and every space is a minigame, and they split it up into worlds. You know, there's 9 worlds or whatever, and there's 50 minigames in Mario Party 1, 50. And basically that amounts to 50 spaces. Every single space is a minigame, so essentially you have to be able to win every minigame in order to beat this mode. But it goes a little bit further than that. Like certain minigames, there is a more specific clear condition than just winning. Like, for example, some of the 1 versus 3 minigames, you're the one person, and some of them you're one of the 3 people. And some of the games, it's like, oh, well, in this game, everybody just tries to get as many coins as they can. So in all those games, you have a specific target amount of coins that you need to get. And some of those are 4-player as well. And then there are some games where the game keeps track of like a time that it takes you to clear the minigame. And, you know, you can get the new record, that whole thing. Sometimes you have to actually not just win the minigame, but clear it in a certain amount of time. All the CPUs are on hard difficulty, so some of the minigames are legitimately difficult with them on that difficulty. But the most diabolical of all is absolutely the slot car derby, which some of you may remember. I remember it being like the one minigame that I wasn't good at as a kid, and I always hated playing it because I knew that I wasn't going to win. And I went into the woodshed with this minigame last night because I needed to beat it in order to beat this mode. Every time you clear a minigame in Minigame Island, you gain a life, and every time you lose a minigame, you lose a life. And there are save points all throughout the board, and you can technically save whenever you want to if you're diligent enough. You don't have to like beat the whole world and then you get to save and then try to beat the whole next world without getting a game over. That's how minigame coaster works in Mario Party 2, where you have to beat a bunch of minigames in a row without losing lives. And there's not really any way to gain lives that I have discovered in Mario Party 2. But in Mario Party 1, it's pretty easy. Every time you beat a game, you get a life, and you also keep the coins that you earn in the minigames, and every 100 coins you get another life. So you'll end up with this huge stockpile of lives, and if you really, really wanted to, you could save every time you gain a life, and if you play a minigame and you lose, you could reset the console and reload your save, you know, mash all the way back into the menu, so that you never actually lose a life. If you really, really wanted to, it would just be really time consuming. But I had like 20 lives stockpiled by the time I got to Slot Car Derby, and it took me like 15 lives and a couple of YouTube videos to understand how to actually play the game and like what to do and like develop like a strategy to even get close to beating the computers. So then after I actually felt like I knew what I was doing in the minigame, I was still losing, but I was, you know, making an attempt. I was close. And then I finally beat it. And it's one of the very last minigames. I think I was at like 46 out of 50 or something like that. And I was like, okay, cool, I'm through it now. The last couple of minigames are pretty straightforward. They weren't super hard. And the very last minigame, the 50th minigame, it's almost like they wanted to just like throw you a bone. It's one of the easiest minigames to win. Got it on the first try, no problem. Absolutely nothing to worry about. But then something really, really cool happens when you get to the end. And I'm pulling up a clip here because I want to show it to you. I had my capture software up because there's a couple of games that are like memory based, and I chose to cheat so that I wouldn't have to do them a whole bunch of times. So I would like record the thing that you're supposed to memorize and then pause the video game and then like scrub back through and make sure that I'm making the right choice. Because that doesn't feel like, I don't know, I just didn't want to waste my time with replaying a bunch of memory stuff. And because I had it up, I chose to record this final thing. So after you beat all 50 of the minigames, you make it to this giant cloud, and the red Koopa Troopa is there, who is not in a lot of places in the game. It's usually the green Koopa Troopa. The red Koopa Troopa is there to like congratulate you, and then he's like, oh, what's that in the distance coming towards us? And it's Toad, who is like the mascot and host for Mario Party 1. He's the one that like hosts the star space, and he's the one that like talks to you when you're setting up the board map. He's the one that like talks to all the characters at the beginning and explains the rules if you say yes and all that sort of thing. You know, he's like the MC of the board game in Mario Party 1. And that varies from Mario Party to Mario Party. Like some Mario Party games have like a new host character that's created for the game, like in Mario Party 2 and 3. Or sorry, Mario Party 3. Mario Party 2 is still Toad, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, I get them so mixed up. I'm trying to get better about that. But a lot of them have specific host characters. And some of them have like board-specific hosts. Anyways, Toad is the host for Mario Party 1. There's only 6 playable characters in Mario Party 1, by the way. All other Mario Party games after that had at least 8. Jesus. What? Okay, I think the little guy picked up something and banged it against the floor or the wall in the exact rhythm that somebody would knock on the front door. And the puppies thought that was somebody knocking at the front door, and it had me fooled for a second. Anyways, only 6 characters in Mario Party 1, which to some people might just be like, oh, it's the first one, they didn't have as many characters or whatever, they didn't think about it. But it is kind of odd that with a game that's usually, or always, not even usually, a game that's always 4 players at the same time only has 6 playable characters. It is kind of strange, to be honest. Like, there's plenty of characters to choose from, but it's just Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, Peach, Wario, Donkey Kong. That's it for the first Mario Party. The fact that there's 6 and not 8, like all the subsequent games, and then, you know, some of the later games have a lot more than 8, might also believe somebody to suspect, oh, were there like unlockable characters in Mario Party 1? And there aren't, but something very cool happened last night in this game that I think probably 99.75% of the people who played Mario Party 1 did not see this. So when you play the Slot Car Derby minigame in Mario Party 1, there are two different tracks, two different configurations of the actual slot car track that you have to drive on. And I recognize both of them. They're both familiar to me. And I don't remember specifically enough if like every time you play the minigame, it just chooses between one or the other, or if it's influenced by something else. But in the minigame island mode in Mario Party 1, when you go to the Slot Car Derby for the first time towards the very end of the whole course, it's always the same configuration, this one specific configuration, and never the other one. And when you get to this cloud at the end, after you've cleared all 50 and you're being congratulated, Toad shows up and he challenges you to play Slot Car Derby against him, not any of the other characters that are in Mario Party. And you go into this Slot Car Derby minigame with Toad as a computer character, which I have never seen before in my life. I had no idea was possible. He's not unlockable. You can't play as him. Maybe there's some like wild hacking or game sharking that could be done to make it happen, but he's in a little slot car. He has his own little special car design, just like all the other characters. And he's on like the little like explanation screen. And whenever you play that one, it's always the other course, like the second slot car course. But look at this. I'm just going to show you.
Hey!
You're hearing this, I'm not hearing it. But like, look at this. I'm hosting, but then look at the top. He's also up there in his little car.
Ready?
Loud, sorry. But look, I'm playing as Mario here. I'm pretty sure. Or no, I'm playing as Yoshi. I'm sucking. Look how bad I am. But yeah, Toad is playing in a Mario Party minigame in Mario Party 1. And he's got his own little special car. I had no idea. I thought it was pretty remarkable. Just like such a cool like little niche thing that's in a game that like, you know, for the sake of generalization, quote unquote, everybody has played, but nobody knew about this. And when you get to this 51st minigame of sorts, you don't have to use your lives anymore. They know how hard this is, and they let you just retry over and over and over. But look at him! Look at Toad in his little car! I just think that's so cool. So here's me, like, kind of starting to figure it out. I got really good at this minigame last night. I figured out how to play it. And I think what we didn't understand as kids, and what anybody playing this game today definitely wouldn't understand, is naturally you're supposed to play this game like you would play a slot car. And most people probably haven't played with slot cars unless they're like Gen X or earlier, and maybe some millennials. I had a slot car track when I was little. I actually have it in a box in my garage, unbelievably. And even when I played with it as a kid, it, like, I wouldn't have been able to verbalize this, but I definitely thought of it as like, oh, this is like something that like kids older than me would have played with a long time ago. This is like kind of an old-timey toy to me as like a 90s kid. Like a slot car track felt more like a 70s or 80s kids thing. So I think most kids that were like my age when this came out, you know, that were probably like the main target of people that were playing this game. What's up, Gad? We're talking about this weird niche Easter egg that I found in Mario Party 1 last night. Let me play this again for you so you can see it. Toad, look, I'm playing a mini game in this special mode, and Toad is like a player character. Like, I can't play as him. But look, he's in his little red mushroom car. You can't play as Toad in Mario Party 1, but they put him in this one special mini game that takes hell and high water to get to, and he's driving around in his little mushroom car, and he's impossible to beat. But I did beat him. after much tribulation. But yeah, you have to play this minigame like a slot car. So most people playing this minigame probably chose to steer the joystick the direction that the car is moving, you know, kind of like tracing the track. And if you push too hard on the stick, you spin out and stop, right? So I think it was probably lost on a lot of people how you were actually expected to drive in this minigame. And you could be successful at the minigame thinking that that's what you're supposed to be doing. So that could further like influence you to think, oh, yeah, that's how you're supposed to play this minigame. But the way that you're actually supposed to play this minigame is to just push the joystick away from the center neutral position the amount that you want to speed up. It does not matter what direction you push the joystick in. So you could pull down on the joystick, you could push up, you could push to the right. It doesn't matter. The speed that your car is moving is just based on the distance of the joystick from the center. So if you push it all the way to the extreme edge, you're going full speed and you'll spin out as soon as you hit like a corner or whatever. So all you have to do is just throttle up and then release, just like a slot car. But who playing this game in the year of our Lord 2026 is gonna know how a slot car works? You know, it was like a little pistol grip with a trigger on it, and the harder you squeezed it, the faster the car would go. But if you just gassed it, as soon as the car hit a corner, it would fly off of the slot track, and you know, you're not racing anymore. You had to like feather it as you like release a little bit as you would go around corners to try to stay on the track but still go fast enough to beat whoever you're playing against or whatever. And that was just kind of like a wild full circle moment. And then seeing Toad in the game was just really, really cool. And I thought it was cool. Another thing that I didn't know was in Mario Party 1 that I discovered last night is there's a mode called Minigame Stadium. That I believe there is also a mode in Mario Party 2 called Minigame Stadium, but it isn't the same thing. Like, to me, Minigame Stadium, when I hear Minigame Stadium, I think of Pokemon Stadium, where you play a bunch of minigames in a row, and it keeps track of who won each one, and then at the end of all the minigames, the winningest player is awarded their medal or whatever. You know, there's a podium. So I think the one that's in Mario Party 2 is like that, where you pick a certain number of minigames, and maybe you can pick which ones you play, or maybe it's a roulette, I don't know. And then you play with, you know, computers or humans or whatever you do, and then at the end it tells you who won the most and that person's the champion or whatever. But in Mario Party 1, this mode is very difficult to find. You have to go into a building on the island called the Minigame House, because all the menus on Mario Party 1 are houses that you go inside, and then the further options are like areas and objects inside the houses that you interact with for sub-menus and stuff. So you go into the Minigame House, and there's this Toad guy that you can buy minigames from with your coins that you earn while doing party mode. And then you can play the minigames just one at a time from a menu that's in like his crystal ball. And then that's also the house where the infamous Mecha Fly Guy is, which is the shy guy with the propeller on his head. And you had to rotate the joysticks as many times as you could in 10 seconds to make him fly a certain distance, which, you know, Mario Party 1 is infamous for the joystick rotating thing. And I think you get something for getting a certain number of rotations or a certain distance of flight from the Mecha Fly Guy in that minigame, and so you actually had to go kind of wild with it to unlock that thing, which I did get, and I do have. But I don't remember specifically if that's actually true or not. I don't remember. But anyways, behind the Toad man that sells you the minigames, there's a pot on the floor that looks a lot like a pot from Mario 2. The whole house that he's in is very Mario 2 themed, which is cool. And the pot takes you to the minigame stadium, and you jump into it. And when you first start it, it's exactly the same as starting party mode. You pick your characters, you pick the difficulty of the computers, you pick how many turns, and then you land on a special star-shaped board that has only blue spaces, a red space at each point of the star, and one player minigame spot between like the two, like in the crotch of the 5-pointed star. And then at the top, instead of a space, is the Koopa who gives you 10 coins when you pass. And so basically it's Mario Party with almost all of the board RNG removed. There's no coins. You only earn coins via minigames. And then basically it's just like, who's the best at minigames, but with like the tiniest bit of RNG, because like the red spaces can give you a 2 versus 2 or a 1 versus 3 instead of a 4-player. The 1-player minigame space will give one character the option to earn additional coins that the other characters don't get to participate in. If you roll higher numbers and you go around more times, you'll get more coins from the Koopa. There are certain games that you lose coins if you lose the minigames, but not all of them. So there's RNG associated with which minigames that you play. So it's still random. It's not entirely who is the best at minigames, but it's much, much more so who is the best at minigames than standard party mode. And it's such a weird, specific mode that they put in there, and I feel like nobody has played it. I played a 10-turn minigame stadium last night after I beat Minigame Island just to see what it was like. And it was odd. It was very unremarkable. I feel like if you were super like salty and butthurt about some like RNG in Mario Party basic mode where you like lose on the last turn because of some wild luck that, like some player who's not as good at minigames as you are and is less of a gamer than you are, beats you because they got the happening star or something, some like fluke star steal or a hidden block or something like that. Like, if you wanted to prove yourself to that person, you would just go straight to the minigame mode and say, face me, 1v1 me, in the minigame. And you wouldn't want to introduce like a less random version of the board game that you're like salty at. Or you just wouldn't want to play Mario Party at all, maybe. I don't know. It's very interesting. But anyways, Mario Party 1 is going to be our ads Mario Party to start off with, because I realized that I actually don't have all of the minigames purchased, and the computer controlled parties will earn me coins over time. And then once I have enough coins to purchase all of the remaining minigames that I don't have in Mario Party 1, I'll have everything, absolutely everything in that game done and uncovered, and then we'll probably move on to Mario Party 3 after that, because I think I already have everything unlocked in 2 that I can unlock via random parties. I'll have to check. We might do Mario Party 2 for a little bit, but I think we're gonna skip right to 3 unless I find something else out. I don't know, I gotta finish that minigame coaster and see what happens. Anyways, let's get into Blue Dragon. I'm gonna skip the preamble about charity stuff at the top of the stream, and I'll try to do it throughout the day, like in the middle of the stream. I think that'll be good. Because it's 3:30 and all I've done is talk about Mario Party. It's like very much on the brain. I know I've reiterated this a lot, but I just think Mario Party is so neat and like very underappreciated as a single player game that people can enjoy. Like, obviously it shines as a multiplayer experience, but I think nobody's thinking about Mario Party as a single player game. Okay, we're actually going to open save slot 4. And get this music going, and then we're going to do a recap of what happened yesterday. We are in Wide Open Spaces, Disc 2 land. Oh, sorry, I just destroyed the mic there. I can't hear the game. Oh, yes, I can. It's just quiet. Okay. Yeah, we're in the wide open frontier of Disc 2, doing a bunch of optional stuff. We don't have that many notes to go over from yesterday because not a lot happened story-wise. So let's knock it out real quick here. We were in Jilala's treasure storeroom in the town of Alumaru, aka Gorgo Village, to those not in the know. And we were working our way through this dungeon last week and stopped midway. So yesterday we picked up where we left off in the treasure storeroom. Now the game's too loud. For me. Let me know if it's too loud for you. When we finally get to the bottom of the dungeon, we find the gem that the former king of Jabral gave to the Gorgo as a show of friendship and good faith and good relations and whatnot, that was claimed to be stolen and destroyed by Guru Guru, and the reason why he was exiled. So, by nature of us finding this gem, we can now prove that Jilala was lying and that Guru Guru is innocent, right? Jilala shows up and he's like, "Mwahaha, you found me out." He says that he made a fake shattered gem to pin it on Guru Guru. So he wasn't even like taking advantage of some kind of situation that he found himself in. Like the whole thing was contrived just because he really wants this guy's girlfriend. So he tried to destroy his life and ostracize him and remove him from the equation so that he could try to make a run at Sura. And of course, she wasn't interested, and she just wanted her guy back. So Jilala's like, okay, well, now that you know the truth, I have to kill you. So we fought him. We fought some yoked Gorgo beast folk, and Jilala. He sucked. He was easy. We exposed his lie. And we also, like, very patronizingly kind of, like, talk down to him, like, if you do bad things are gonna come back to you, like, in a very, like, kindergarten kind of way. We were like, you see, Jilala? Bad actions have bad consequences. It was very comical for these, like, children to be kind of, like, condescending this, like, criminal mastermind, essentially, who's like stolen his way to prominence and, like, being the chief of this village. We don't really know what happened to Jilala after this, though. He just, like, disappears. But we come out of the underground place into his manor, which is really not that big, actually. And we looted it for all it's worth. We found a whole bunch of stuff. And then when we come outside, Sura's right there. And we're like, hey, just like you thought, Guru Guru's innocent. The gem is fine. But then we had to go back to the Exile Forest and go, share the news with Guru Guru, tell him he's innocent, bring him back to the village. So we go to the Exile Forest, and I thought we were walking into another dungeon, but it was a very small area, luckily. We find Guru Guru, and he is surrounded by these, like, poison mist enemies that have him, like, possessed or whatever. But we just one-shotted this boss fight. It was kind of funny. They just all died to a ground spell, and I thought we were gonna have to, like, fight him afterwards to, like, get rid of the demon or something. But, he just, like, immediately snapped out of it as soon as they were gone. So the fight was literally over in not even one turn, just one action. So that was kind of funny. we meet Guru Guru. We introduce ourselves as like, hey, we're the ones that were talking to you from the entrance a while back. You know, because he was the one who told us about this whole situation, and you know, to go deliver the message to Sarasara to not wait up for him or whatever. We show him that the gem is intact, and that, you know, hey, you can come home now, buddy. You know, you're innocent. We've proved your innocence. You're all good. And then once they're reunited in the village, Zola like formally says like, don't worry, this won't change anything between the Gorgo tribe and Jabral. We love you guys. We're gonna continue to have a great relationship with you. Also, here is the gem, and it like belongs to you now. And he gives it to the couple. So that seemed kind of cool. So we reunited them. We headed right back out in the field, and I was trying to start wandering towards our required destination, which is the ancient ruins north of Jabral. But we ended up in this other optional area called the laser field. So I was just thinking like, okay, we're going to walk around here. We're going to loot for treasure. There's enemies about. We'll get some new enemy data, whatever. And we were kind of talking and yapping, chatting about stuff. And once we got to like the second screen of the laser field, we saw the moon up in the sky, a couple of moons. And the party is kind of like, oh, these are cool. And Mario is also like, the moon looks really close. And then like, just as he says that, the moon like turns, and it turns out that the moon face that was in the sky is like a facade, and is the rear side of a giant laser gun automaton or something in the sky, and it starts shooting at us, and there's multiple of them. And so we're running around trying to escape them. We're taking damage, we're dodging fights, we were picking up a bunch of treasure along the way. We didn't get to finish exploring the area, and then we got pulled into a cutscene where I guess the lasers were just too much to handle, and this manhole, like, fallout shelter dome thing pops open, and this robotic hand is like waving, like, come on, come in here, get in here. And so we jump in there, and then we meet this big crew of robots who are friendly to us, despite our generalizing them when we see them. And we're in this place called Baroy Town, and we have this robot hanging out next to us here. And it looks like it's a full-blown city. So we're gonna explore and see what's going on here. I'm assuming somehow we're gonna be able to go back out to the laser field, because I think there's like more stuff that we can get our mitts on. But we'll see. So we're just kind of wandering into more side content here today. We were not required to go here at all. We weren't told about this place. So this is pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with how we're kind of just like organically finding stuff and exploring it and checking it out. And it's not just like, oh, this is a place you're going to come to later. The enemies are really high level. Shoo shoo. Come back when, you know, you're on disc 3 or whatever. So, let's see what's going on in Baroy Town. This guy's following me? No, he's not. So naturally, first order of business is to walk the perimeter and mash the A button and examine absolutely everything that we possibly can. He like runs over here when we're saving, and then he leaves. This is the town of Baroy. With our own hands, we've built a replica of one of the Ancients' towns. The Ancients? Are any still alive? The Ancients, our masters, no longer exist due to their many wars. Subtle messaging there. Oh, this is water. Okay, they live on water. We're underground, by the way. So there's like some kind of underground lake that this is all built on. This is very, like Ratchet and Clank or something. But yeah, we know that robots are associated with the Ancients. The ancient civilization, specifically. The ancient civilization was very rich. Magic and machinery fostered each other's growth. They merged. We too owe our existence to that civilization. Why did that wonderful civilization have to fade away? Machines like us cannot understand. These guys are so funny looking. When the war was nearing its end, people started to wonder why they have started the war. New weapons were made, one after the next, for the sole purpose of war. That moon is a product of the situation. Wars continued for the sake of the weapons. The end of the ancients may have been unavoidable. Wow, powerful. I'm going to talk to everybody outside and search everything outside before I go in any interiors. I think it'll be easier for me to keep stuff straight that way. Look at these 3 little pylons hanging out back here. This is a goofy little song too, by the way. We are all concerned that unless someone provides us with orders, our bodies will rust up and we will no longer be able to move. They have no free will, huh? Allow me to service your MPs. Hope that means magic points. I am happy to have been of service. Thanks, number 30 whatever. It's actually nice that they all have different numbers so we can kind of keep track of who we've talked to. I'm such a slacker, slacker, whoa, whoa, no orders, great life, la la la. What? Oh, our guests. Who said anything about not working? Like we're gonna yell at him because he's a slacker. He doesn't know you can just live. Okay, you serviced my MP. We lost our master to war. We pray for the day our new master appears. This is a pretty cool little sculpture here. We await the day our new master reveals himself to us at the temple. Oh, they have a temple. Okay, these don't seem like the kind of robots that would have a deity or a place of worship. Maybe it's a temple to their master, or whoever they perceive as their master. Ah, here's our warp key spot. Okay, that's good. Now that we have optional locations, the existence of the warp keys and the whole warp key system makes a lot more sense. What? You found me again? Please stop following me. Oh, okay, that means I need to keep following you. Because something probably happens. If I find you the maximum number of times. The doors are currently rusted over and they cannot be opened anymore. Our cleaning work should be done shortly, so please wait for a while. Okay, that means progress events in town before you can leave. That moon is an artificial satellite built by the people of old. The lasers that attacked you were used in war. When they sense magic, they attack blindly like that. Oh, okay, so they are automatons. There's nobody like manning them or anything. Okay, I think he went over here. Yeah, this is him. I guess you won't let me get away with it. Please, I beg you. Let's keep that bit about my not working a secret, okay? If our leader finds out, as punishment, I will have no energy for supper. Let me give you this. Thanks. A stat-up item. That's pretty good. Okay, now we're gonna examine everything in the interiors. We'll go clockwise, starting from here. A general store for my generalist party, who are so general. Oh, story time. Portrait of a Machine, Part 14. It can talk? The boy was so surprised, his voice cracked, but it was only him. The other townspeople were astonished to see a human-like machine. Some even rushed over to make sure the voice they had just heard was real. Say that again, was that really you who spoke? Asked one man as he came up to me. He introduced himself as newspaper reporter. It's been a while since we've had this story, I kind of forgot what was going on. But he's like discovering that he's a robot, I guess. My name's Finch, he said. I'd like to write an article about you. What's your name? Where are you from? Who made you? What are you doing here? I have no name. I came from Dr. Zayed's workshop. Dr. Zayed made me. As for what I am doing here, well, I'm answering your questions, I supposed. After I answered him, he took out a notepad and started writing down what I said. Part 16. No name, eh? Said Finch. He scratched the tip of his nose with his pen. Then what should I call you? He asked, repeating the same motion. I responded, You give me a name. Me? Said Finch as he carefully studied my face. That's when I came to understand what the doctor had said. I was able to interact with Finch in a normal manner because I had a human-like face. Look at this floaty light bulb. What's that about? Part 17. The doctor did tell me to go find a name, I said. It seems I'm part of an experiment to see if a machine like me can develop its own character. Character? Really? Said Finch with a laugh. He's an interesting one, this doctor of yours. Dr. Zayed, was it? I mean, a machine with its own character? Come on. The only reason you can talk is because you're programmed to do so. He might not like that you said that. Part 18. According to Finch, even my ability to respond to questions was merely a result of a program installed in my body. He also said the idea of me developing my own character was preposterous, and that it was all a product of my processing power that could rapidly respond to any situation. So then, I can't develop my own character? How could you? You're a machine, he replied. Boy, this is really tapping into some very subtext-heavy stuff. This is a machine for making an automatic purchase. Then what's that thing over there? Not a salesperson, I guess. Who knows? Select desired item. Spells. Anything new? No new spells. Okay. Accessories. Just the super metal necklace and super metal earring. Well, we don't need any of these. And the good old items. Do we need to restock anything? Probably be good to buy a stack of some medicines. Let's get like 12 of those. We'll get a stack of these. Two more of those. And of course we get half price just by having this one skill equipped, which is wild. We said we were going to try stacking it to see if it goes to a quarter. Let's try it. So I think Kluk currently has it equipped. No, Zola has it equipped. Okay, so let's see what happens if we put it on Kluk. Do we get quarter price instead of half price? Surely not. Yeah, it's still just half. As I suspected. So only one character needs to have that on. And I also take that to mean that the other ones don't stack, like the stuff like stealth, where we like lower our ability to be detected by enemies. I'm sure that doesn't stack either. Oh yeah, we do need to warp over to Jabral and talk to the Nothing Man. We've definitely surpassed 800 nothings. This is a general store. To make a purchase, please follow the procedures shown on that monitor. I know. It's just like a real store. There's a person there to tell you that they're not the person who sells you the things and that you go to the kiosk. I'm just here to say hello to you when you walk in the door and then to kindly buzz off after that. Oh, we got a sealed chest. This is a private home. By what right have you entered here? Right. It just looked like a regular house. You have lost your way? The department store is next door. The inn across the square. Wow, Leave it to a robot to understand that it's weird for us to just barge into their home. As even as an RPG protagonist with protagonist privilege. These floating lamps are so funny. Okay, we're still catching up Zola. She's taking experience. Beep, bum, boop, beep, bum, boop, beep, boom. Oh, this thing has Nene's symbol on it. That's not good. That seems very significant. Okay, let's write this chest down. Let me revisit the last time that I wrote one of these down so my formatting's good. Okay, so location first. Baroi Town. House. And it's a blue one. We still don't know how these work. I feel like we're really at a tipping point where I feel like we probably should know by now how to open these up. But I'll give it a bit longer. I could see it being part of the story. A grand emerald. Portrait of a Machine Part 19. I couldn't hide my confusion at his assertion. It meant the experiment was meaningless. The others who had gathered around agreed with Finch, and then talked on and on about how I was merely a machine. I understood everything they said. Some even called me a tool. That's when a strange sensation suddenly welled up inside me. I wondered what it could possibly be. Ah, so he can feel, like, indignance and derision. Part 20. A command flew from my brain to my four limbs, causing an electrical signal to course through my body. I shouted, "I am not a tool." My body suddenly felt agile and strong. Lost in the feeling, I slammed my fist down on the flagstone at my feet. There was a tremendous boom, and the ground began to split open. People cried in fear. The impact opened cracks in nearby buildings. Oh boy. Now they're gonna dismantle him. Disassemble dead. Is that a toilet? No, why would this... It's just a broom and dustpan. I thought it was like a weird urinal. But I was like, why would a robot have a weird urinal in their house? Another pittance for Zola. But also, why would he have a dresser? I guess this is a tool chest. That was the sound of a tool chest falling down the stairs. Alright, we're done with this house. Continuing clockwise. So, with robots being associated with the ancients, anything like mechanized being associated with the ancients, and like the pervasiveness of Nene's symbol, it seems like the obvious conclusion that we're supposed to draw is that Nene is somehow like one of the people from this ancient civilization. And he's trying to like either use magic to subjugate everybody to his will, or revive the power of magic in order to, you know, take over the world, blah, blah, blah. Because he seems to think that he has lost some of his power and he's trying to regain it. Of all those who live here, I was one of the first made. I can be remodeled to look like the newer ones, but this was how I looked when my master left. I will continue to wait at the house by the temple. Okay, we've got another blue sealed chest in here. Look at this bed. Wow. That's something. Oh, he's got two beds in here. Beep, bum, boom, beep, bum. More books. These robots like to read. Part 21. Amid the chaotic scene, no one was more shocked at my destructive power than I. My newfound power confused me. Perhaps this showed that I really was a tool. Some people, angry about the damage to the buildings, pressed toward me. One even threw rocks, shouting, "You're a monster." I couldn't believe it. Me? A monster? When I turned to look at him, he drew back in fear. Part 22. Soon rocks were being hurled at me from all sides. There was no way to assuage the anger of those whose homes were damaged. I had no choice but to flee. I tried to make my way back to the workshop without being seen, but a crowd had already gathered there. When I realized the reporter Finch was at the center of the crowd, oh, the ad started. I decided it would be best for me to keep my distance. Alright, I thought I was going to have a couple more minutes before the ad hit, but I'll run it now, I suppose. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, folks. Man. Mario still can't catch a break, y'all. Lost by 1 point again there. Very, very close to at least bringing it to a sudden death and giving himself a shot. But couldn't pull it off. It's 5-0 now. So one more and Captain Falcon will clinch with a sweep. He's climbing his way up towards Link. Scores-wise. Trying to reclaim second place that he was temporarily bumped out of by this matchup. Meanwhile, Mario just chilling in fifth. There's not really anything he can do about it. Even if he scored really well against Captain Falcon, he'd still be in 5th place, but, you know, he would still improve his overall score, which would be good. But yeah, he's unlikely to catch Ness in 7th. Or actually, there's no world where he catches Ness in 4th place. Anyways, 5 more rounds to go with this matchup, and then we're going to switch to our final matchup of the whole regular season, of the whole exercise, which is going to be Samus versus Fox. It might be as boring and one-sided as this one. We'll see. All right, welcome back. Also, man, the original Pokemon theme song, not the TV show theme, like the theme song of the franchise, you know, the first music that was ever written to be associated with the series was from, you know, Red and Green. That just the basic components of that composition are so good. Junichi Masuda just really, I think he just really understood what Pokemon needed to have musically in the early days. Like, he only did the soundtrack for the first game. He was like, by the time they made Gold and Silver, he was already too busy with other stuff, and he was just like the music supervisor. He may have done a couple of tracks, but it was mostly Go Ichinose, who also did a great job. I love the Golden Crystal soundtrack, and there's like a ton of like remixes of Masuda's music in Gold and Silver. You know, like when you get to Kanto, all the Kanto themes are there, but they're redone. And the way that Ichinose remixed them and like embellished them is really, really cool. They're great, very flashy, very different style. But just like the oomph of the Pokemon main theme, it's so good. It has like this very strong like adventure motif, like it's very powerful. It makes you want to do stuff, and the way that it like ascends and like goes up and up and up in the B section is just so cool. You know, like you're hanging out on these 2 chords for the A section, just like a 1 and a flat 7, a 1 major and a flat 7, and then you arrive on this like 4 chord for the B section, which feels very like kind of like serene and calming when you finally land on it. But you approach it from below, you know, da da dee da da. So it feels like very majestic when you arrive, which is really cool. But also because the A section is a 1 to a flat 7, you could like argue that the 4 chord in the B section is actually like the 1 chord because it's in like Mixolydian or whatever, which is also kind of an interesting like angle to try to analyze it from. But as soon as you land on that 4 that feels kind of stable, da da da, you go up again, da 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 da, and then you're on like what feels like a 5 chord, but then you go up again, da da da, and then you're just like, where are we? I don't know what this is, but this is the home, and then back down to there, and it's like, well, wait. So that last chord that sounded like it was a whole step up from something that felt like 5 was actually like the 4. Like it's so bizarre if you try to like analyze it from a music theory perspective. It's very basic, but you also have that like Mario Super Bowl cadence of like 3 major chords separated by whole steps, flat 6, flat 7, 1 type of thing, to that last chord of the B section. But it's not the 1 chord, it's the 4 chord. I don't know, it's so cool. It's such a good theme. It's like simple, but it's unique, and I feel like it's underutilized. I would love for the Pokemon franchise music to return to the aesthetic that the original anime run had. The original run for the Pokemon anime has incredible music. They like did it really old school, where they had like a full orchestra and they wrote all these songs. It's not quite to the level of something like Batman the Animated Series, where they like scored every episode to picture, but they wrote like a bunch of different themes and had the orchestra record them, and then, you know, they would like chop it up as needed for like different moments on the show. Like they had like a sad song, they had action cue songs, they had like adventure songs, and all those songs are phenomenal. Like they're lush, beautiful, like string and horn arrangements. They're beautifully arranged. They're beautifully produced. Like they're definitely recorded in like old school, you know, 90s studios, like Red Book audio kind of vibes. And Pokemon music is not like that anymore. Pokemon music now, like, I don't know what the Pokemon TV show music sounds like now. Maybe it's still like a classic film score orchestral type sound. I don't know. It's very unlikely that it's still a real orchestra, but I haven't checked. But the video game music for Pokemon now is this very like synthy, like frenetic kind of vibe. And I don't care about it. Like it's not bad. But like I listen to some of the music from ZA and it's wild. You know, it's like mostly Gen 5 remixes, and Gen 5 has great music. And you know, Gen 5's musical palette is kind of like synthy as well. It's not super like orchestral, adventurous, classic, you know, romanticism type of music. But it's kind of like in between. But they just went full like synthy, lo-fi vibes. And I like the little like drum and bass moments. I'm all about that. But it's just, I don't know. It's just not what I want Pokemon to sound like. I want it to be this more like bombastic, orchestral thing. Okay. I'm gonna write down another chest here, and it's gonna have exactly the same description as the last one. Baroi Town, house, blue. I feel like I would be, like, future me might be confused if I wrote ×2 next to the other one. So I think if I write it 2 times right next to each other, future me will have the best shot at understanding what I mean by that. Okay, there's the temple. We're going to skip the temple for now. We're going to go to the temple last, because something significant's probably going to happen there. The waiting room, first floor. This is a 2-story building? What would we be waiting room? What would we be waiting for in this room? Oh, your broom fell down. We bought some bread at the grocery store, which shouldn't be a tidbit worth sharing, but we both don't eat bread like regularly, so when we buy bread, it's like a treat, and it's for different reasons that we don't regularly consume bread, like different reasons from each other, the lady and I. I have heard there was a factory far to the north where auroras were made. Oh. There may be a factory to the far north of Baroi where auroras were made. I'm assuming he means the, like, natural phenomenon when he says auroras. Like lights in the sky kind of thing. Our masters once enjoyed the auroras like we do fireworks today. Oh, okay. Yeah, that must be what he means. But yeah, we bought some bread as a treat, some sourdough from the bakery at the grocery store. And we've been chowing. Put some salted butter in the butter bell and eating a lot of toast. It is dang good. Portrait of a Machine Part 23. I wandered aimlessly all day and night, the entire time thinking what this whole experiment was for and why I was here. If it is indeed environment that forms character, I wondered what was to become of the extreme distrust I had of the Doctor and the dread I felt towards humans. Those two feelings had triggered aggressive behavior. It seemed the environment was really changing me. The Aurora factory and the town temple's basement are guarded by sealed machines. Okay. I'm going to write this down. He's capitalizing Aurora factory, so I'm going to write that down as if it's a location. The Aurora factory and the town temple's basement, so I'm assuming he means the town as in Baroi Town, are guarded by sealed machines. I really don't know what sealed machines means. I can only guess. In order to prevent any abuse of technology, that is what I heard from my master. Oh, guarded by sealed machines in order to prevent any abuse of technology. Okay, so there's some kind of like locking failsafe type of thing, so that only a certain person can. Okay, well we have another blue chest here. This one I can write a different description of. Baroi Town waiting room. This sure looks like the other two that were just called house. But this place called itself a waiting room, so I can at least differentiate there. We're gonna go on such a tear once we figure out how to open these chests. So there's 3 blue ones in this town so far. Every building has had one. Do-da-dee. Oh, there's a chest I can open. The rebuilding garage. That kind of looks like a TV. Portrait of a Machine Part 24. Suddenly I overheard someone say, "Hey you, come over here." I looked toward the voice and saw a woman in a back alley. Her name was Katrina, and she led me to her home. I was concerned and asked her, "Aren't you afraid of me?" She turned to me with a serious look on her face and said, "You're not exactly what I thought you would be." The story is very Frankenstein coded. Ooh, a barrier magic heart. That's kind of cool to find. Allow me to help you in upgrading the medicine. I am happy to have been of service. Wait, do you just do that over and over and over? Whoa, this guy just converts medicines to mega medicines. You could just get infinite money. Because I'm pretty sure you can sell... a mega medicine for more than it costs to buy a regular medicine. So you could just buy a full stack of medicines and sit here and mash the A button. It would be pretty slow, because I don't think it's much money. But the fact that that's just a free service is pretty incredible. Portrait of a Machine, Part 25. I was puzzled as to what she wanted, so she showed me a newspaper containing an article about me. It must have been the article Finch said he was going to write. It even quoted the doctor as saying, "It is an experiment," the same thing he had told me. The article was quite negative, and its headline read, "Strange monster appears." I couldn't argue with the strange part, but monster? Hi, guy.
This is a repair garage just for Mecha Robos. We work hard to offer the best in tune-ups. Your repairs appear to be difficult. Where were you manufactured? You seem more advanced than any of our customers, even our four most challenging repair jobs. I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm terribly sorry.
He's number 68. Are we going to meet number 69? I also love the idea that they're, like, so surrounded by robots that they think everybody is a robot. And so they're just like, oh, you're a very complicated robot. Where were you made? But they still use dressers, which is so funny. Another barrier magic heart. Kind of wild that we're just finding those. Alright, no chest in here. Alright, one more building, and then we go to the temple. Oh, this is the inn. Perfect. We do need to rest, actually. Oh, lots of books in here. How many parts are there to this story? We finished the other one. Portrait of a Machine, Part 26. The article included an etching that looked somewhat like me. It also showed cracks in nearby buildings from my punch that smashed the flagstone. It seemed Katrina became interested in me after seeing the article. I looked around and noticed the room was filled with half-finished paintings. They were all portraits. As you can see, I'm a painter, she said. I paint people's portraits for a living. Okay. Part 27. When I heard about a human-like machine, I just had to paint it. I can tell what sort of life a person has lived from their face. Katrina looked at me with a serious expression as she said this. I replied, I haven't really lived. I'm like a newborn baby, just like the doctor said. A baby, you say? Now that sounds quite interesting. That's a weird response. Part 28. From the article, Katrina figured out the doctor's experiment. Based on that, she said to me, to tell the truth, I couldn't care less about the experiment. I mean, it's already led me to a conclusion. With that, she crumpled up the newspaper. I didn't know what to say, so she added, if both can think and talk, there's no difference between the human and the machine.
This is an inn.
We'd like to rest a little.
To request a room, please check in using that monitor over there.
What? You can't help us? What a hassle. Shu is a elder millennial customer in 2026. At a small business. Part 29. The only difference between you and me is that you were assembled by someone, while I was born from my mother's womb. However, that is a significant difference, and that's why they all threw stones at you. That's a weird sentence. I told her I still found people frightening. To that she said, does that include me? Katrina gazed at me intensely once more. Part 30. I don't have enough information yet to know whether I should fear you, I replied. You've given me refuge, and I thank you for that. You are rather dense, aren't you? Well, I am made of metal, after all. That's not what I meant. What I meant was you say the silliest things. Why would a machine do that unless it was one of its functions? I can't tell what side this lady is on. She's contradicting herself a lot. Alright, a free inn as well. Alright, now we're going to save and we're going to go to the temple. We have sufficiently looted and examined and read in this town. And we're going to go see what's going on in the temple. This is going to be save slot 5. I need my yellow marker. And this is Baroy Town. Post-explore. Pre-temple. All right, let's see what these Mecha Robo folk got going on here. Nene's insignia right on the door, a little concerning, but I feel like we might end up finding out that this is just a symbol of the ancients and he's the only one left.
I must apologize for earlier.
Huh?
It was I who guided you underground.
Oh.
Oh, so that was you. Thanks for that. You can call me Shu. What's your name?
I am called 61.
61.
61? Do all of you go by numbers here?
Yes.
They're machines, so naming by numbers would be more efficient.
Yeah, but we're all friends now. 61 is kinda,
I am very sorry.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to be so stiff around us.
Please forgive me. It must be because of this metal armor I have.
That's not exactly what I meant. I know. What if I give you a name?
Not allowed. Master would be angry with me.
Did you say master?
Who is this master you speak of?
Master is right over there.
That looks like a TV. Okay. Inside the temple. We meet 61. This is who the Colonel was talking to at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2. This is who he needed the scissors from. Who guided us to safety. I need to step away for just a second here. The little guy is ready for sleepy time. Get another page ready for notes here. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for that. Oh, I can't wait to get my haircut tomorrow. So freaking long. I was supposed to go last week, and I couldn't go. I had, it got canceled because of the weather. So I'm gonna try again tomorrow. But it's gotten so much longer than I would normally let it. I can't like do anything to it. Okay, let's go. Let's see who this master is. Is it gonna be Nene?
This is our master.
This is?
Yes. However, our master has not visited us for 10,000 years.
Whew.
10,000 years?
They've been down here a while.
Yes, that is correct. We are waiting for a new master to appear here.
If your ancient creators were wiped out by war, I really don't think a new master will show up.
So why are you waiting then?
because waiting is also one of our jobs.
I feel kind of sorry for them.
61.
35.
Who gave you permission to bring visitors here?
Please forgive me. I was just explaining to our young visitors about our master.
Is that something the visitors must know?
Hey, cut him some slack. He just told us because we asked.
This is where we will welcome our master. Guests are not allowed entry without authorization.
What the? Hey, cut it out!
But I was going to examine the columns.
If you are guests, then act like guests and leave everything to us.
What's your problem? You've got a bad attitude.
Please understand that rules are rules. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Man, what a jerk.
Mara hates him!
I am so sorry. Please forgive 35.
Not very pleasant, is he?
We are all the same when we are first activated, but our personalities change according to the masters we serve, the effects of our own programming, and the work and circumstances.
Oh, it's like the book we're reading.
It's the same with people.
60 must have had a kind master.
He's 61, Maru Maro.
Oh, yeah!
What a pain in the butt. You guys should have real names. You are Yusato, because you're the nice one. And the mean robot will call Hineto. That's perfect.
Yasuto?
Hineto?
Those are dumb names.
Wow, okay, Kluk.
Sato, is that my new name?
Yep. You like it?
"61. Why aren't you performing your duties?"
Please forgive me, 35.
Hey, Hineto.
What was that?
You're Hineto from now on.
Sir, I do not understand what that means.
It's your name. Your name.
You are incorrect. I am 35. No other name is necessary.
You know something? You really are a jerk.
If you push me too far, I will throw you back outside into the moon lasers.
Please don't, Hineto.
Did you just call me Hineto?
I did. Isn't it a wonderful thing to have a real name of your very own?
I'm going to report this to 1.
Ah, where's one?
Bitch.
Is that the master?
Is that all right?
It doesn't matter. I think it would be really wonderful if all of you were my new masters.
I don't like the sound of the word master. Friend sounds much better.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, having a mechanical friend is really cool.
Mara, tell everybody back in the village.
Thank you very much.
Okay, cool. One more thing I want to write down. Shu rejects the idea of being a master to the Robos and suggests friend instead. What a guy. So, Hineto, 35, says that he would report us to 1. I want to know who 1 is, because I'm assuming that's like the order of the production, and also maybe like hierarchy, you know? So that would make him like the elder. And so maybe like this guy number 99 is like the newbie low man on the totem pole.
We finished restoring the doors. You can now pass through them.
The way he scampers out of the way. Okay, so what's going to be in here? The gate room. What is this place?
A barrier? There seem to be mecha robos in the wall. We need to remove the barrier to open the gate.
How do we remove the barrier?
The means to remove the barrier is sealed in the basement of the temple, but it cannot be operated without our master's magical powers.
Magical powers? We might be able to use our magical powers. Let's try that. Let's go to the temple basement.
Okay. So maybe this is like an optional area where we're going to unlock the ability to open these blue barriers. That would be so sick.
This has been sealed off with a blue barrier after the ancient war.
Number 104.
I work in this tool shop, but I have been shut in here for 10,000 years. It's too bad I can't get out of here. Otherwise, I could sell such wonderful goods.
Can't you go outside through that door?
One could pass through here and reach the far north without getting hit by lasers. But I cannot leave this place without orders from my master.
It's strange that we have no memory of the destruction we may have caused during the war. Our memory contains only images of the peaceful times working for our masters.
That has a lot of implications. That maybe their memories were altered or wiped.
Allow me to cure your status ailments.
Did that get rid of Shu's stinky?
Oh, it did.
So Shu has an accessory equipped, this dog collar, that makes him permanently stinky. But he got rid of it. I wonder how long that will last. Okay, there's 2 doors here. 3 doors. Which one did we come in through? I think we came in through the red one. The means to remove the barrier is sealed in the basement of the temple. This is exciting. This is very exciting. The control room. Examine. Examine everything. Oh, all these pipes are examinable. Holy moly. Okay. Yes, give me all the nothings. Quiet in here. Oh, there's a chest.
How good of you to come. Please allow us to assist you.
They're so kind. They're so nice. Except for 35. Everybody likes us and loves us and treats us wonderfully. Except for 35. And maybe the shopkeeper who's like, kiosk is over there, pal. The maintenance room looks suspiciously like the control room, but okay. It's actually, I actually don't mind having a break from that song. It was kind of boring into my skull.
We're now removing the rust. Warning, chemicals are poisonous to living creatures.
Oh, okay, this guy can tell that we're alive. There we go. That's what I wanted. Well, how are we going to get into the basement of the temple if we can't even go inside the temple? I feel like 35 is not going to let us in there. So maybe we have to sneak in. All right, let's see what happens if we try to go back in here. Okay, we're in. Insert meme. I'm in. Nobody's in here trying to stop me. There's a door. Didn't realize this was here. Columns are not examinable. Let's examine this thing. What the? It's a war mecha robo.
It is! It really is!
And look at that mark there. Nene? We better be careful. Okay, I'm glad they finally said something about it, because we've been seeing this emblem everywhere throughout this town, but they haven't commented on it. It would have been weird if they didn't at all. This doesn't look like it's gonna be a dungeon, but maybe? We've been in a lot of basements lately. What does this remind me of? Oh, this is looking more dungeony. For sure. Who's that over there? Well, it's not 35. Hineto. Oh, that looks like 61.
Is something wrong?
Well, there's nothing wrong exactly, but we heard there's a way to deactivate the gate barrier here.
Yes, that is correct. And if you pass through, you can head north without worrying about the moon lasers.
The moon lasers.
Well, actually, we do have to head north.
Oh, maybe we needed to come here to get to the ancient ruins that we were looking for, and this isn't an optional place after all. Also, I don't know what word the name Hineto is based on. Yasato makes sense because nice in Japanese is yasashi. But I don't know a word for like not nice. So I don't know what hine is from. But Yasato makes sense to me. This room is very Dark Cloud 2. Ooh, 50. How we doing, Zola? Are you getting caught up? Let's see. Oh no, she's still way behind. We need to, like, kill the whole party and have Zola fight for a little bit so she can catch up. There's another barrier with a chest behind it. I should probably write this one down before I leave this area. But this is very exciting. This is the first time we've gone somewhere where they've like mentioned these barriers and that there's a way to remove them. And that we might get it soon. So I would be absolutely thrilled. And if we can also kind of get a sense of like, now that we've learned the way to remove blue barriers, here's how we remove the green ones and the red ones and the white ones, you know, all that kind of stuff. Are there 2 of these? Yeah, there are. Okay. Cool. For this one, I will write ×2. Because they're in the same room. Little by little, Zola's gonna catch up. She died in a boss fight, and it's been a frickin' game of catch-up ever since. Okay, so, what is this room called? Temple Basement. Baroy Town. Temple Basement. Blue. ×2. I gotta remember to order some more markers. My orange marker is on its last legs. It's running on fumes. And luckily there hasn't been a ton of orange marker in this game so far. Not like there was in like Tactics and Xenosaga, but it is gonna run out very soon. What is that little pod?
Here is the gate controller. But I heard only the master can operate it.
Let's give it a try.
Yeah, let's pull a selfie and bang on it harder. Wow, that is literally what he did. He just Fonzied it.
Huh?
Huh? He just slapped it. Oh, is this gonna be a boss? Oh, God. Of course it's a boss. Okay, I guess I should have saved. It looks like a dragon, but it neighs like a horse. Horns up! This thing is cool, though. It's kind of Pokemon coded. Okay, I would bet anything that this is our one opportunity to actually exploit, like, an elemental weakness. And this thing is probably weak against water. Blazing Kirin. So I'm just going to hit it with a water spell without even, like, thinking about it. Also going to try to steal from it. Miss. This could also be like a gimmick where we have to extinguish its flames before we can attack it directly or something. Yeah, we can do a full charge here. We'll see how much damage we can get out of that. Ablaze. No, I thought the flames had weakened a bit. Oh, okay, so maybe the water did do something and he, like, recharged his fire. Is there anything cool? Actually, let's do this Trap Flora. This is good. He'll take a little bit of damage whenever he attacks the people in the front row. I'm gonna go straight to Water a Sword here as well. I think that's gonna be a good call. Even if it doesn't do anything to the flames, it'll help with damage. Nice job, Morrow. Blazing Pillar. Element down and erase. So I'm assuming element down means, like, he's making me weaker to fire. Got a Grand Ruby. That makes sense. He does. He gives us a fire item. Alright, let's see if we can charge this water up. Nice. That was good. Okay, he's charging up again. So yeah, that must be his gimmick. Maybe if he, like, sits at full charge for too long, he can do some super powerful attack. So we gotta keep hitting him with water to stop him from doing it. Oh, maybe this is it. 70 damage and stun. Well, that looked a lot worse than it was. That wasn't too bad. 420. Shout out. I actually don't know if stun is the same thing as paralysis, so I'm just gonna heal Morrow. Look at him wobbling there. Alright, now Zola can start attacking. We stole something. I'm happy. She can't charge, unfortunately. Oh, she can counter. This is a counter attack. Okay. We're not using any buffs, so I don't really care about erase. We seem to be running into a lot of enemies that can erase. And here's his actual attack. Okay, that's not too bad. I will do a Zephyr, though. Just in case he's got something in his back pocket. Water a Sword. Okay, I think I got sweet spot there. He also doesn't seem to counter the Water Sword versus a regular attack, so that further makes it good. We'll do a full charge here with Morrow again. Here comes a Zephyr. Charge this a little bit. Yeah, I don't think he's going to counter this. The flames went out. Wow. Oh, okay. They did, like, fully go out. That's the first time that's happened. I guess we've hit him with enough fire attacks without him using a blaze. So maybe there's like 2 or 3 stages to it. It's kind of hard to tell visually. He's charging something there. Good job, Morrow. I'm gonna charge this. Because I have a feeling he's going to... Yeah. Thanks for the lurk, Sorless. That did a little bit less damage than when he was on fire, but not really a significant amount. Okay, got the charge there. We'll do a full charge here. This guy really doesn't seem that scary. Unless he has some kind of, like, low HP thing that we haven't seen yet. He's pretty non-threatening, despite his appearance. We're doing a ton of damage to it, so maybe it just has a ton of health. We've already done probably 3,000. Which is a lot more than some of the other bosses. Okay, that's... Yeah, that's it. Bye-bye. Oh, he actually kneeled like a horse. That was kind of cool. Huzzah!
What was that?
What was that?
I'm not really sure.
I think we can operate the ancient machine now. All we have to do is this.
Oh. How did you figure that out, Jiro? Also, where did that device come from?
Could it be that you are...
Our blue device! Yes! A precedent has been set for this mechanic. Huzzah! Your powers may have opened other barriers as well. Oh, okay, so all the blue barriers are just down now? Okay, I want to look at this in the item menu. My stink came back. Blue device, a device that can deactivate blue barriers. Okay, this is fantastic. So let me make a note here. In the temple basement, we defeat a fiery robot horse boss guarding the controls for a magical machine. For defeating it, we obtain the blue device. What a name. That can remove blue barriers. And I just realized something, which is wild. The ancient ruins that is our required location that we're supposed to be going to is so generically named that I forgot that we've actually been there twice. It's the very first area that we went to in like the opening of the game, right outside Talta Village. And then we played the whole first leg of the game and made it back to Talta and found the ancient ruins entrance again, and it's blocked by a blue barrier. So we did need to come here. So this one sets a precedent for how the color barrier mechanic is going to work, but it also sets a precedent that the game is probably going to like give them to us as we go along, and they're going to be kind of like a chapter type of deal. It could also be a thing where like you only get this one because this is the required one and the other ones are far-flung and optional. So that's possible too. But very cool that we have this blue one now. We have a bunch of places that we want to warp around to. Another generalist heart, Pog. We want so many of those. That's one less we need to buy from Toripo. And yeah, we're going to round up as many of these blue chests that we can. Magic shoes, that's a special accessory. I think we already had one of those. I bet we're going to get yelled at by 35 when we walk out of here. Or Hineto. We're going to check out Ancient Ruins, obviously, because it's not optional. It's required. I can't believe it took me that long to put that together. And then we're also going to do one other thing that I can't remember. Where did... I need to go back through my notes and say where Toripo said he was going to be next. The first time that we met him, he's like, oh, whenever you guys get to such and such place, I'll see you there. And it's a place that we still haven't been to yet. Are you going to yell at me, Hineto?
What happened in the temple contradicts my previous assumptions. One day you will face consequences for such illogical behavior.
Okay. Let me save really quick. I want to go back to the laser fields because we didn't finish exploring there. This is going to be slot 1 now. We've wrapped back around. Yeah. So this is Baroi Town. Post boss. Pre. East wing. I don't know. Our song is back. Wait, did I actually save? I don't think I actually saved. I've done that a couple times in this game. Yeah, you have to press the button so many times just to get into this menu. I can, like, fool myself into thinking that I've already saved. Oh, yes, we're also... The other thing that we're going to do, in addition to rounding up all the blue barrier stuff, is we're going to go back to Jabral and talk to the Nothing Man, because we have hit the next milestone, which was 800. We were pretty close to it the last time we were there, and we've definitely long since passed it now.
There's no barrier here! It's completely gone! We can now get rid of blue barriers whenever we want.
Alright, cool. Love it. I'm assuming y'all are going to have new dialogue? Well, not you. With the barrier down, we can finally move about. This is a store from 10,000 years ago, but it might still be helpful. Yeah, what do you got, dude? Oh, actually, we haven't seen these yet. The super metal bracelet and ring. Will they benefit anyone? Huge attack boost for Jiro. Small HP drop. That's kind of worth it. Even though he doesn't attack physically very often. It would really help out when he does. Oh, we're about to get hit with an ad break. Okay, I'm going to step away right here. I'll go feed the pups and grab a snack. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, folks. All right, there it is. There's the sweep. Captain Falcon, 6-0 over Mario. Yikes, my dude. This one wasn't as close as some of the other ones have been. A clean win, you might say. I didn't see any of it, so maybe that's not true, but statistically it looks clean. Alright, Captain Falcon continuing to inch towards second place again. If he does end up going 11-0 against Mario, he will land at an average of 7.9. Which temporarily would be the highest. Technically, Fox's average is higher than 7.9 if you don't factor in the 0 that he's currently carrying because of the next matchup that he's participating in. I think his actual average is like an 8.4 or something like that. So Captain Falcon doesn't actually have a shot at first place here. I don't think he can do it. Even if well, I guess that's not true. I guess if he went 11-0 here, he'd be at 7.9, and then he would basically need Fox to get completely decimated by Samus, and, you know, he only gets like 1 or 2 points. That's the only world where Captain Falcon gets first place overall. And I think we all know how unlikely it is for Samus to go like 10-1 or 9-2 over Fox, who has not lost a matchup yet, and Samus is in 8th place. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Let's go back to the game. Okay, we're shopping. We're shopping for super metal bracelets and super metal rings. We're probably going to buy this bracelet for Jiro. Kluke, on the other hand, I don't know if I need her to get 40 attack points in exchange for 10 MP. It might be worth it. She attacks physically even less than Jiro does. She uses magic almost every single turn. So maybe I pass on that. Morrow. Morrow can increase his attack by 15-ish. Or no, that's like 25. 25 points on attack in exchange for 15 HP. He's got an absurd amount of HP compared to the other characters. Well, I guess it's really not that absurd. 400 is pretty normal now. Zola and Kluke are pretty far behind when it comes to HP. But Jiro and Morrow and Shu are all in the 400s now, which is great because Jiro was lagging behind for a while. He's made up some ground. Kluke is the one who needs HP now. This is probably worth it for Morrow, because 440 is still a really good amount of HP. But he's attacking basically every single turn, so 25% or 25 points to attack is going to be high value. It's not much of an upgrade for Zola, but it is an empirical upgrade, so we might as well. So it looks like we need 3 of these bracelets. Jiro, Morrow, and Kluke. I'm going to opt out of buying it for... Or sorry, Jiro, Morrow, and Zola. I'm going to opt out of buying one for Kluke. And then the ring... I don't think we need any of these. Because we've got 2 characters with special rings. Shu doesn't really need magic attack. 50 points is a lot, to be sure, in exchange for 10 HP. Normally that would be worth it, but he just doesn't use magic. It might improve the potency of his magic sword techniques, but I'm inclined to believe that those are based off of my attack stat and not my magic stat. Maybe it's a formula that includes both. But yeah, nobody else really benefits from this. Morrow doesn't use magic either. So I don't think we need any of these rings. Yo, what's up, Kodo? How's it going? It's going well. We're having a good time today, as we tend to do with this game. We finally had a breakthrough on a mechanic that we've been... Oh my goodness. That must be the lady coming back home. Puppies are on high alert. Sorry about that. We had a breakthrough on a mechanic today that we've been wondering about basically the entire playthrough, so that's exciting. Okay, we bought bracelets, so you get a bracelet. We're going Oprah mode here. You get a bracelet. You keep your bracelet. You get a bracelet. And you get a bracelet. There we go. Oh, we should look at the special accessories, though. Sounds like a typical JRPG experience. Yeah, I think it's a pretty common thing where it's like, oh, we don't know how this works. We're gonna have to keep playing the game, and we'll find out later. Kind of a deal, which I relish and don't mind at all. It's when you operate under the assumption that the game is going to address it at some point, and you like trust the game to do that, and then it never does. Yes, one of my characters is wearing a dog collar. It's also really funny because it causes him to have the status stink permanently attached. Resists earth, but makes the wearer stink. There's a status in this game called Stink, which is so funny. It just makes enemies more aware of you on the map. Okay, this guy says the same thing that he said before. What about you?
I can now go outside because you removed the barrier. Now I can finally open an item shop. Please stop by.
Okay, we do need to go back into town. They say the older the book, the better it is. Never heard that before. Ooh, new spells! Quick, attack up. This might be where we finally start using support magic. And Walla. Alright, that's where all the big money goes, is the scrolls. Did these side rooms had regular chests, not sealed chests? Alright, so we need to go back to these houses and open up the chests that were sealed. I'm only slightly disappointed that the blue barrier chests automatically have their barrier removed, rather than, like, they keep the barrier, and then when you walk up to them and touch them, the barrier dispels because you have the item. Oh, wait, I was wrong. Okay. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. I take back what I said. Because this will help me keep track. Because now I can go back to my notes and cross out the ones that I got. Or I can do like a... I don't know, should I do like a green check mark? Should I write down what I got? Maybe, yeah, maybe I'll be that thorough. That way if I go back and try to like look up and see which ones I missed, I can very easily see what I got. So we got a flawless sapphire from that one. There's a couple of early game areas where we saw some of these and I hadn't written them down, so we'll have to do a little bit of manual... oh, I did not realize this is the house that I was starting on. I thought I was starting on this house. This is the general store. They don't have one. Is this right? This is not the house that I started in, right? I think there's one in here. Yeah. House by general store. Okay, so I guess the barriers that aren't around chests are just automatically dispelled. Generalist heart. Man, we've been getting so many of these. This is perfect. We've been finding a decent amount of hearts in chests recently, and most of them have been generalist, which is great. That's exactly what we want. We are bum rushing the generalist class to try to max it out with every character as quickly as possible. And basically what I'll do is if I get a high enough number of generalist hearts to max everybody out, I'll just use them right away. And then, you know, we'll be done with it. We'll do some math the next time we see Tortipo. Is there one in here? This is the one that we just got that was the flawless sapphire. Alright, now we gotta go to the house that's called Waiting Room. Which I think is this one? Maybe it's called Waiting Room because it's near the temple? I don't know. Yeah. You gotta be really close to it or it doesn't work. That's kind of interesting. Barrier magic heart. Barrier magic heart. Cool. So yeah, this blue device is going to allow us to get into the ancient ruins. I'm very curious to see how this area connects to that area, but I want to do some fast traveling and warping around first before we do that. So, let's figure out where we want to go to first. We're gonna go way back in the notes here. Maybe we'll go to Jabral first. So yeah, now we're back at the very beginning of the notes. We know that there are some in the ancient ruins, but that's our next required location, so we'll save those for last. I don't think there were any in Talta Village, but we might need to do a lap and check, because that was before I started writing them down. And then there's one in the very first desert area, but I believe it's a green chest. The first one that I wrote down was the undersea caverns. So any area before undersea caverns, we would need to just manually check, which is going to be Lago Village, Forest of the Dead, Talta Village, and that desert area that I don't remember what it's called. There's no precedent for barrier chests on the overworld. We've never seen that. We've only seen regular chests on the overworld. So, yeah, let's see if we can warp to the undersea caverns then. Is there one? No. So we'd have to warp to the next nearest area. Which would be... I guess the forest camp is where we went when we crossed through the other side of the undersea caverns. So that's probably the closest area. I also really appreciate that they put this fast travel system in the game so, like, immediately, even though it wasn't immediately, like, useful, necessarily. Like, there wasn't, like, an immediate benefit to fast travel being introduced. It didn't, like, allow us to do anything out of order or, like, more exceptionally if we chose to. But they just gave it to us anyway, which is really nice. But now it's really useful. I don't know where this blue chest is inside the undersea caverns. So we may have to hoof it through here quite a bit. This area was kind of confusing. But the enemies are low level, so if we get ambushed by something, it's not going to be challenging. This is a very, very early dungeon. Kind of like our first proper dungeon, actually. Regular chest. Let's see. Can I get past you, please? Nice. Let those hermit crabs block for me a little bit. Whoa, I forgot about these guys. Whoa, okay. Well, there wasn't much I could do there. I don't think I can walk across that watery part. I think I have to walk across the little bridge. Wow, they survived. Okay. I'm tempted to... Yeah, I'll just water the back row for speed. I might have to go yell at my dogs in a minute, too. They're being really annoying. It's the strangest thing. When only one human is in the house, they bark so much more. There's like a certain level of like alert status that they're on. And I don't really understand it. Like, when we're both home, they just kind of, like, lay around and lay in the bed, and they don't really... Like, they care a little bit about what's going on outside. You know, like, if a car door shuts near the house, they freak out because they think somebody's here. They think someone's approaching. They'll go investigate. You know, if they hear people talking outside, they'll start barking. If they happen to notice, like, a dog walking across the street because they just happen to look out the front window or something, you know, they'll bark at them. But they're not like, posted up, patrolling, you know, looking for stuff to bark at, like some dogs do. But as soon as one of us leaves, and there's only one of us here, they do go into that, like, alert, watchful mode. And I don't know if it's because they have this, like, idea that we're more vulnerable because there's only one human, or if because they are watching for that other human to return, and they happen to, you know, hear and notice more because they're anticipating the return of the human. That's my most likely theory that I ascribe to. That's my current best guess, is that they are eagerly anticipating the return of the other human, and so therefore they're paying more attention to things that sound like that human approaching. You know, and then there's the whole aspect of them, like, feeding off of each other, where, like, one barks, and then the other one hears the other one barking from, like, across the house. And then they bark. And then the first one barks at the other one barking. They're like, wait, why are you barking over there? It just, like, amplifies. Like, no, I was barking because you're barking. It's like a comedy bit every time. But if they're right next to each other, then Gobi doesn't bark. It's always Nima barking. Gobi doesn't bark nearly as much as Nima does. Gobi's much less of a barker. But if Gobi is, like, in here, and Nima's down by the door, and Nima starts barking, then Gobi will bark from in here, or whatever other part of the house that she's in. Okay, turning up a lot of nothing here. I don't want to battle you, I don't want to battle you. You're so weak and puny, I don't care. Where are these chests? God, there's so many paths. At least these guys are here to help me kind of, like, breadcrumb. It's harder to navigate when there's no enemies. So you can't really tell where you've been and where you haven't. Because we can't rely on examining everything anymore. Because we've already examined everything in here. That's how we breadcrumb dungeons the first time through. That's definitely my only standing complaint about this game so far, is that there's only a minimap. And there's not... Like, the fact that I can't explode this minimap out into a full-size map just really sucks. And I don't understand why. It's like they just forgot to implement it. Like, it's not a technical limitation. It's not... well, we're at the entrance now. I remember this as the entrance. Here's a save point. Okay. Well, there were at least 2 paths that I didn't take. So either one of them has both of these chests, or there's one each. Also, can I warp from here? I can. That's nice. Very nice that you can warp from the dungeon. Okay, there's you. This guy we're not going to be able to dodge. So hopefully these chests are right behind him. There's not a lot of paths left. 2 damage. How dare you inconvenience me with your paralysis when you're only able to inflict 2 damage. Get out of here. Come on. Ah, there's the blue one. Okay, cool. And I misread. There's not a green one in here. That's somewhere else. So this is it for this area. Flip-flops. That's a funny name. I guess I should also, since I'm using my green marker to write down what I get from them, it's very easy for me to also put a green check mark in the margin to help me find ones that I haven't done yet more quickly. Okay, now we're gonna warp to... Jabral. And that actually might be our last stop. There's 2 blue chests in Jabral. There's a bunch of other sealed chests that we've found, but these are going to be the last 2 blue ones. One in the courtyard, one in the engine lab. Oh, just kidding. We're going to go to Alumaru. There's one in Alumaru. And then we'll be all caught up. So let's go to Alumaru first. Wait, let me make sure I had this right. Because there's a green one in Alumaru Village. Did I misread that? I think I did. Yeah, there's not one in Alumaru Village. I think my brain gets confused because I highlight them in blue. So I'm like, oh, blue chest, blue chest, blue chest. But these are just sealed chests. And I write down what color they're sealed. Separately from the color that they're actually highlighted in. I don't have enough highlighter colors to highlight them in the color that they're actually sealed with. Okay. So, yeah, we're gonna go to Jabral. The only other places we could check besides Jabral are Talta Village and, like, the early areas before I started writing these sealed chests down. Which would just be Talta Village. We can't go to Flying Fortress, I don't think. Well, actually, Drill Machine. Yeah, Drill Machine would be one to check. There might be some blue chests there. Ancient Hospital Ruins as well. We would need to check. Lago Village we would need to check. Forest of the Dead we would need to check. So yeah, that's actually quite a few areas that we would need to check. We might as well just do it. I think we might as well just do it. And then we'll end with Jabral. Jabral will be our last stop before we come back to Baroi and check out the path to Ancient Ruins. So let's just go down the list here. We're going to go systematically. Wilderness Camp will be a very quick search. I don't think there's one here. But this area is literally just a circle. Oh, I was wrong. All right, good thing we came here. Ancient Warrior's Bracelet. Okay, so I'm just going to write these in today's notes so that they're recorded somewhere. Wilderness Camp. blue. Ancient Warrior's Bracelet. Okay, green check mark right away in the margin. There we go. And I guess I should make sure that there's not a second one. Do the full loop here. Okay. I don't think I can go in any of these tents. Yeah, we don't need to check any interiors. Okay. Next location, drill machine. I think there is a sealed chest in here, but it might be green. But we're gonna find out together. This place is a little confusing to navigate. So I gotta make sure that I actually go to all the places. No music. Two A. Okay, I gotta remember 2A. Because yes, part of that floor is not connected to itself. Oh, there's one. Come on. It's so weird that you can, like, kind of touch it, but it doesn't work, because you're not quite close enough. Alright, so this is drill machine. Floor 2A. It's blue. And we got Ancient Warrior's Necklace. Are we going to get the full set? Oh my goodness. That would be so nice. And a blue highlight. Okay. Wait, where does this go? First floor. It's going to take a really long time to search the ancient hospital ruins, but it'll be worth it. I feel pretty confident that there is more than one sealed chest there, and even if they're not blue and we can't get them right now, I'll be glad later on that I have notes of where they are. Pretty sure this leads back to the entrance of the drill machine. This is like the exit to the overworld, right? Or the exit. Oh, that's right. We're outside of Lago Village now. Yeah, we're going to go right back in. That's right. We're not in the hospital ruins anymore. Nima, can we be done, please? I'm getting kind of sick of it. It's locked. Interesting. Okay. This goes to the cockpit. See, this makes me feel like we're missing an area. Hey T, how are you? Binaural. So true. Me when I binaural. We haven't actually revisited this room before. It's kind of cool to see. So, which one of these doors did I go through? I think I came through the smaller door. Yeah, because now we're on the 3rd floor. Binaural is a sound a dog makes. I wasn't wrong. True. True. Okay, here's floor 2B. Okay, this is how we get to the rest of the drill machine. All right. Oh, this is where we started. Okay. To be. Yes. Of course. Okay, so this is where we started. And the first path that I took was this way, completely blowing past this path up to the cockpit. So I think we have searched the entire ship. But I don't remember seeing 2A here. So let me do my due diligence. Toby. Close. Oh yeah, we definitely came through here. And then the first floor. Okay, we've searched all of the drill machine. Now, ancient hospital ruins. This is going to take a while to search. This place is large. And there's enemies. But I know there are some sealed chests here. So, I'm going to methodically make my way through and write them all down. The worst part is that this isn't like the beginning of the dungeon. This is kind of like in the middle. Or actually, this is the boss room, is it not? This song is so Nobuo Uematsu. I believe this is where we fought the boss. They can kind of hide, so I have to really scan these rooms. Oh, there's just a regular chest that I missed somehow. That's kind of wild. Am I dumb, or is this music really good? Yeah, this is Uematsu, the goat. Then the drums come in. The Mellotron flutes. You were wondering if you were too into something? Now, the music in this game has been great so far. The happy themes and like adventurous themes in this game remind me a lot of like Final Fantasy V, maybe a little bit Final Fantasy IV, but they're very like there's no like melancholic vibes to the heroism like you would hear in like you know, Final Fantasy IV or Final Fantasy VI, where like even the triumphant themes have like little bits of like sadness in them. This is just like pure heroism kind of stuff when it's happy. But then the stuff like this, the more like dungeony stuff in this game, has been very like FF8, FF9. Okay, why am I so turned around right now? I know where I am, but how do I get back to like the main part of the dungeon? Yeah, it's really good. I must have done a big loop through this room and gone back through the same door that I came in at. There we go. Okay, now we're in the actual factual hospital ruins. Okay, so that's the boss door. Yeah, this sounds like it's straight out of FF9. That, like, synth choir patch in the quarter notes is literally in, like, the Disc 3 world map theme of FF9. Okay, I have to come up with a method for checking this whole place. That makes sense. To make sure I don't miss anything. Is this a white barrier? It is. Okay, we didn't understand what this was the first time we saw it. So, I'm going to write this down. Ancient Hospital 3F door near boss. And it's white. A white barrier. We did not really understand what this was when we saw it the first time. Because when we got here the first time, we had only thus far seen blue barriers and green barriers. We didn't really know that white barriers were a thing. And because the color change is so similar to a regular door, it just kind of looked like a door that was lighter. And there wasn't really a precedent set for, like, doors being blocked by barriers yet. I don't think I'm going to be able to get past this guy. Oh my goodness. Broke his ankles. Okay. So now we're in, like... Oh, he's still coming. There's, like, an inner circle. That's not the barrier door, though. This is the barrier door. So how do I get to that one? How do I... What? Maybe that connects to the one that's blocked by the barrier? Well, no, that's the wrong direction. So, this direction, there is a door that is connected to that rear hallway. There's two doors, in fact. This way is also blocked. So I would have to be able to go through this walkway and go left a whole bunch. But there's a dead end. And this doesn't connect. I do remember there being, like, some elevator shenanigans, though. So maybe there's, like, two different ways to access the third floor. Alright, we'll go to the second floor here. We'll have to keep that in mind before we leave here. Man, the crusties are really just coming for me this week. It's not as cold anymore, but it's still cold enough to be, like, a little dry. And it makes my nose unhappy. Locked. That's weird. Okay, don't remember that. Oh, not the alarm robot. Okay, I'm gonna have to just fight this guy before he detects me. Because he just makes enemies appear and come after me. These guys are super weak, though. So, should die instantly. Yeah. Not a huge deal. I guess we could... You know what we should do? Is we should try to use field barrier on these guys. This is, like, actually a reasonable opportunity where we could do that. Let's see if there's something we can switch around on Jiro. We can swap out enhance item effect for field barrier 1. So now we can equip this Oh, we haven't even been using stealth. I see. Okay. So we would actually have to use that to get the effect. I thought we were just passively getting the effect. Hey, there's a blue one. Okay, so this is a brand new room, which means examine everything. So instead of a room with a blue sealed chest inside, we have a sealed room with a regular chest inside. Works for me, I guess. We're gonna have so many nothings when we get back to Jabral. It's gonna be so great. So technically our reward is everything that's in this room plus the chest, but there hasn't been anything very significant. It's just kind of like the normal search stuff. So I'm just going to write down whatever's in this chest as the reward. Hey, there we go. So, Ancient Hospital. 2F door. Blue. And we got Ancient Warriors earring. Okay. We haven't even looked at one of these yet to see how good they are, or if they're any good at all. But I'm assuming that they are, considering it's a new item type that we haven't seen yet. Okay. Okay, this is the other side of that locked door. I do remember that there was a room like this that connected to another room via, like, a hole in the wall. So I gotta keep my eye out for that. Okay, so this is like 1/2 of the second floor. And we're like, this is kind of like where we started. We're like right at the top of the... This is that like office area. I can check this really quick. There might be a sealed chest in this office. Nope. We had to do like a little bit of a side quest to get in here, so it kind of would have sucked if our reward was still something that we couldn't get until later. We got whatever that chest was. I think it was some kind of solid accessory. The little guy is going wild in his room right now. Just like squeals of delight for no reason. He's supposed to be sleeping. Okay, I think this is the door that was blue. Oh no, this is the locked door. Okay. This is the elevator. Okay, I can tell by Nima's bark that the lady is home now. That's a special bark. That's like an I'm excited bark. Not like a come see what I found bark. Maybe that's why the little guy is squealing with delight as well. He knows that the lady has arrived and will soon come and get him for dinner time. Okay, this is the way up to the 3rd floor, which we were just at, but I actually want to check this out because I think there's an extra spot of the 3rd floor that we couldn't access from the elevator, and we might need to access it from the stairs. Let's take a peek. Oh, yep, this is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, spooky sword guy. You're guarding that chest, which I've already opened. And is this the busted wall room? Yes, this is the busted wall room. Okay. Sneak right past you there. And then that goes back down to the 2nd floor. Interesting. So is this a different part of the 2nd floor that I haven't checked yet? It is. Oh yeah, this room. Oh, there's 2 doors in here. I feel like I was here, though. Yeah, I totally was here. I just didn't see that door. I thought this was a dead end. Okay. Well, now we just need to check the 1st floor. And then we're done here. And the stairs are right here. So we found 1 blue thing in here so far, and then 1 white thing that we'll have to come back for later. I'll take this free heal while I'm here, might as well. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. That's odd. Oh, is it this one? Oh! How did I leave that behind? EXP plus 100. Well, that's serendipitous. What fortune. Oh, there's another white barrier here. Interesting. Okay, Ancient Hospital. One F door. White. So whenever we get the white device, which is a hilarious name to think about, we'll have 2 different things that we need to come back for in here. And I don't think we're gonna see anything else in here. This 1st floor area is just 1 room. But I'll do a loop through just to make sure. Because there is a door on this other side. Okay. That is it for the Ancient Hospital. There is technically 1 other loading zone out in, like, the lobby area here, so I'll check that. Oh, just kidding. We can't go out there anymore. Okay, well, that's reassuring. That's where the drill machine was, so I guess once the drill machine's not there anymore, you can't go to that loading zone. Totally fine. All right. That was the biggest search that we were going to have to do. So it's nice to have that crossed off. Now we can go to some of these smaller locations. Lago Village. I can't remember if there was... whoa. That zoom. I can't remember if there was a blue chest here anywhere, honestly, so... we're just going to have to scan. I want to say there might have been something in the big area here, this, like, grand hall. But there's a bunch of little, like, houses and shops and stuff that are a little bit disorienting. Okay, regular chest. Because the camera doesn't follow me, I gotta assume that there's nothing like hiding on the edges there. That's a level of cruelty that I don't think this game would go to. Okay, yeah, nothing there. And I'm actually gonna not go up there because I'll get turned around. Those are like other ways that I can get to the upper level of the town, but I'm gonna do it from outside so I have a better sense of where I'm at. Got an ad coming up here pretty soon. Okay. So I think if I just start on one side here and work my way across, we should be good. Accessory shop, clean. Okay, I'll just go ahead and step away now so we don't get bamboozled by the ad like I did earlier. I'll be back in a couple of minutes after the ad break. I'm going to chat a little bit about Charity Week when I get back, before we get back into the game. I'll see you in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. The skunking continues. This one went to sudden death, though, so maybe it was close. I don't know. Mario apparently had a shot there, but I didn't see it. But of course, Captain striking first after the buzzer in overtime. So it's 7-0. 4 more rounds to go. 4 more opportunities for Mario to try to shut the Cap down and improve his stats a little bit. But it's not looking good. I am partaking in a piece of delicious toast. We're going to take a moment to chat about Heart Week. Look at that, the graphics already on the screen. Let me give you some tunes here. In a couple weeks here, I'm going to be doing my very own charity marathon in the same style as we did last year, if you were here. I've taken to calling it Heart Week. Because it's a week of special streams raising money for the American Heart Association. They do a fundraiser for the whole month of February. That's like one of their big fundraising months throughout the year. They call it Heart Month. So my, low-hanging fruit, I guess, my week of participation in Heart Month, I'm calling Heart Week. It's not a name that they use. It's just my shorthand for this charity marathon. But you can call it Charity Week. You can call it whatever you want, I guess. But mark your calendars for February 16th through 20th. That's the week of special streams that I'm going to be doing. It's going to be a different game each day. They're going to be at the same time as normal streams, 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. U.S. Central Time. They will end promptly at 8 p.m., which means that I might not necessarily complete all of these games. It's very unlikely that I will complete Star Wars Shadows of the Empire in one day. Depending on how many levels people add to Yoshi's story, I might not be able to beat that game in one day. There's actually some pretty dastardly, maniacally hard stuff in that game. Zelda and Pokemon, we should finish in their entirety, no matter what, within 5 hours. But on the off chance that we don't, I will still end the stream at the appointed time. And of course, if we unlock Chrono Trigger and stream Chrono Trigger on Friday, I'm not going to be beating Chrono Trigger in 5 hours. So these are the games, these are the dates. The other date that you want to mark your calendar for is February 9th, which is the Monday before the first day of the marathon. A week ahead of time is when I'm going to open up these donations, and people can start working towards the milestones and claiming these specific incentives that affect the games in various ways. All of the text on this graphic that's in yellow is what's called a reward, and all of those are limited quantity, first come, first serve things that you can claim with your single donation of a specific amount. So there will be a Tiltify page that you can go to that shows you all this stuff in a very pleasing, graphical, organized way. And you can, you'll very clearly be able to see what's available and grab it if you want to grab it. If you want to be the first one to claim something like a Pokemon name or, the Zelda file name or something like that, make sure that you're in the Discord server and that you've added the news role from the Notify channel. Because on Monday, February 9th, when I open up the donations, I will make my usual Monday post in the Discord, in the news channel. I will ping that role. The Tiltify link will be posted, and that's when and how donations are going to open. So if you have that role added, you're going to be the first to know that this is opening. If you have your eye on something here, make sure that you are set to receive the notifications. Because if you're just going to wait for me to talk about it on stream, you're not going to hear about it until the next day on Tuesday the 10th when I'm playing, Pikmin 2 and, mildly mentioning it at some point during stream. So, be advised. Be advised. We only have one target this time around, which is the pink text on your screen, and that's just for the color dungeon in the Link's Awakening speedrun. The color dungeon is not required. It's just an extra little bonus that we do get a reward from, and it's just cool to see. But if y'all want me to include it in my speedrun, I will, if we fill up this bucket. The difference between the rewards in yellow and the targets in pink is how they are fulfilled. So, like I said before, the yellow ones are one of one singular things, or quantity things. Two of these, or three of them actually. There's more than one of them, but there's a limited amount of them. And they're all triggered by single donations. So, if you want to, name the trainer in Pokemon Silver, you, by yourself, have to do a single donation of $50 to claim that. You can't, chip away at it over time. With multiple donations, you can't work on it together with somebody else. But the targets in pink, you can. So you don't have to do a single donation of $150 all by yourself to get this color dungeon. You can click on color dungeon and throw in $5. Somebody else can throw in 10. Somebody else can throw in $1, and then if that gets all the way up to 150 collectively, then the color dungeon happens. So that's the difference between the rewards and the targets. Rewards are single donation, limited quantity. Targets are like a community effort bucket to fill up. Last year we had predominantly targets as incentives. It just kind of worked out that way. And a small number of rewards. This year it just happens to be the opposite, just based on the nature of the games that I've selected. So, quick overview of what they are. Monday, Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. It's a level-based game, mission-based game. There are optional collectibles in the game called challenge points. They don't do anything unless you collect all of them, which I've never done before. There are 87 in the game, which is a lot. But they do show off hidden areas of the missions, or they might require you to do some expert platforming or defeat a difficult optional enemy in order to get the challenge point. So they're very cool. every $5 reward claimed of this type, I will collect one of those challenge points. So theoretically, this $5 reward could be redeemed up to 87 times if y'all wanted me to collect every single challenge point in the game, which would be fun. I've never done it before. I definitely won't be able to do it in one day, but I'll give it my best effort. And on the note of not being able to finish the game in one day, more on that in a moment. Tuesday, Yoshi's Story for the N64. Similar concept to the extend the game theme on the Monday stream. There are 24 levels in Yoshi's Story, but you only need to beat one from each of the 6 worlds in order to beat the game. So you can beat the game by doing a minimum of 6 levels. But for this $5 reward, you can add an additional level. So up to 18 additional levels can be added to the Yoshi's Story playthrough. There's also secret unlockable quote-unquote characters, playable Yoshis. There's a black Yoshi and a white Yoshi, which I've never gotten before. They were one of those things back in the day that I thought was a playground rumor because there were so many playground rumors, but then I later found out that they were actually real, which was kind of exciting because that rarely happens. Those are $25 each to collect a black or white Yoshi. There's technically 3 of each, but the Yoshis in Yoshi's Story are like lives. So you pick which color Yoshi you want to play as, and if you die, the next time you go into the level, you'll pick a Yoshi again, and the one that you just played as won't be available because that Yoshi quote-unquote died. And you'll have to like get a game over before you'll have the full selection of Yoshis again. So that's kind of how these black and white Yoshis look. But like if you find a black Yoshi, it's added to your character select screen and you can play as him. But I think while you have a black Yoshi on your selection screen, I don't think you can get the other 2. I don't know. I don't exactly know how it works, but I'm imagining the game's not going to allow there to be more than one Yoshi of the same color on your select screen. So they're kind of like lives in a weird way, but they're also characters. But if for some reason we've like claimed every single reward that there is and just cleared the board and there's nothing left to put donations towards, I'll open up duplicate black and white Yoshi rewards if people really, really want me to. But right now it's just one of each. Wednesday is super simple. I'm doing an any percent speedrun of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX for the Game Boy Color. That's all 8 of the dungeons and the final boss, with basically no side content, unless we unlock Color Dungeon. So the only reward for people there is the file name. I kept the price on that one pretty low, because while you would think that Link's name would show up a lot in the playthrough, because we steal from the shop right away, our name gets changed to Thief in almost all of the dialogue boxes in the game. So we only see Link's name in like some very early text boxes before that happens, and then on the title screen every time we save and quit, which does happen quite a few times, but it's, you know, very brief and it's the same context every time. So no like funny dialogue moments because we named him like whoa, comma dude, or, you know, something like that like results in funny interactions. So I kept the price low on the Zelda file name. And then for Pokemon, the big Pokemon Silver speedrun, this is where a lot of the rewards live because there's a lot of cool claimable stuff. This is kind of like the big quote-unquote finale, although there will be an additional stream on Friday if we raise enough money. And that's like the encore, if you will. If Thursday is the finale, Friday is the encore, rather than the finale, because there's a lot of stuff going on in this Pokemon speedrun. You can name the trainer player, that's like the file name and like the character that we play as. That name shows up constantly throughout the playthrough. You'll see it every time we pause the game, which is obviously a lot, and it's going to be in dialogue boxes. There's the rival name, who we fight several times throughout the game. The Totodile name. Totodile is our starter, and the only Pokemon that we use throughout the entire playthrough. there will only be 2 other Pokemon that we catch, and they will not participate in any fights. So Totodile is the hero, the champion of the playthrough. Totodile, Croconaw, or Alligator. You can claim his name. That's a really high value one. The other 2 Pokemon are also up for grabs as rewards. You can claim the name and the species of the Pokemon that we use as our cutter, which is very cool and unique. You get 2 things in one for that one. You can choose between Sandshrew, Sentret, and Bellsprout, and then you get to pick their name as well. And then we will be catching the red Gyarados at the Lake of Rage to use Whirlpool and Waterfall, because you're required to interact with red Gyarados, so it's just a very convenient capture for those extra 2 Water HMs that we don't want to put on for Alligator because he's our battler. You can choose red Gyarados' name. Then the real fun begins. So the way that this Pokemon speedrun is going to work is if nobody donates towards the extra incentives, the speedrun will end after I get 8 Johto badges and defeat the Elite Four. The credits will roll, end of speedrun. If you want the game to be longer, you'll have to donate for it. The post-game has all 8 of the Kanto gym leaders and another champion fight against Pokemon Trainer Red. But you'd have to buy, with your donations, each of those 8 Kanto gym leaders. They're all separate rewards because the Kanto gyms are completely non-linear with the exception of Blue. So if, you know, there's a world where we do some of them, but not all of them. Maybe we just fight Blaine, Misty, and Janine, because those are the 3 that people decided to put $20 towards. They're all $20 each. But if all of the first 7 Kanto gym leaders get their rewards bought out, I'll open up the reward for Blue, who is the 8th gym leader. Blue being Gary, as you might know him, the rival from Red and Blue and Yellow. And then if that reward for Blue gets claimed and we're getting all 8 Kanto badges, it'll open up the final incentive, which is a $50 reward for fighting Red on top of Mount Silver, which is the hardest fight in the game, far and away. Yes, there is a way to beat him with just for Alligator. The routing on it is pretty wild, but it is doable, and it will happen if you pay for it. And all of that can happen within 5 hours. Both of these speedruns, the Zelda and the Pokemon, these Game Boy speedruns, they're both right around like 2 hours, or like an hour and 45 minutes if you're a world record contender. So I feel very confident about being able to do them in 5 hours, following my own custom like notes and guides. And then now we're going to talk about milestones, the first of which being the $1,500 milestone to unlock the additional Friday stream of Chrono Trigger. There are no incentives for Chrono Trigger. It's like a casual victory lap. Let's hang out and recover and look back on the week and how things went, and can we raise more money towards some of these other milestones. Last year it was Pokemon Stadium Rental Randomizer. I have never replayed Chrono Trigger. I've only beaten it once, and I beat the DS version. I've never played it on Super Nintendo. I just got the cartridge last year, and I wanted to find a way to include an RPG in the marathon this time around, because I love RPGs, and we didn't have one last year. And I'm not counting Pokemon, because that's way different in my book. Pokemon is Pokemon. Yes, it's an RPG, but that's not what I mean when I say RPG. So the incentive is Chrono Trigger. There's not like anything beyond that for Chrono Trigger. There's not like naming the characters or... I've decided to opt out of that, because if for some reason we get all the rest of this stuff, I want to just focus on milestones after that, rather than overload people with like, oh, you can name Chrono and you can name Luca and all the characters or whatever, because we might not even play Chrono Trigger, you know? Who knows? It's up to you. So we're going to pivot to talking about milestones now. Milestones are just a measurement of the total donations raised. So it doesn't matter what you put your donation towards, it all goes towards filling up this bar that's on your screen now. The first milestone is at 1,000. We're gonna do a really cool treat spread. There's gonna be drinks, there's gonna be snacks and foods of all different types, all like special custom stuff that's new to me and maybe has like boys lore and things like that. There will be caffeine as well. There will be sugar. There will be salt. There will probably be spicy and cheese. You know, we got to represent all of the pillars of Backlog Boys food groups. And then 1500 is that Friday stream for Chrono Trigger. That's the big one that we really want to hit is that 1500. Now 2000 is where it gets really funny. You saw the rewards for the game specific stuff on this graphic, but what you didn't see is that there's another reward that's a 5 quantity, and each one is a pizza ingredient. So if we reach this $2,000 milestone, I'm gonna order a pizza for delivery immediately. And you get to pick the 5 toppings with your donations. So there's a $25 reward on our incentive tracker here. You can see them on the top row there. There's 5 pizza ingredients. We're gonna order a 5 topping pizza, and the only restrictions on what toppings you can pick are you can't pick one that's been picked already. There aren't any pizza toppings available that I'm allergic to, so I don't have to set that restriction. And I'm not going to be setting a restriction of like, oh, I don't like that, or it doesn't go together. You can, as long as it's something that the pizza place has and nobody's picked it yet, you can pick it. You can be as weird and wild as you want. So we need all 5 of these pizza ingredient rewards to be claimed, and then we need to hit the $2,000 milestone, and then we order that pizza and eat it, for better or worse. That would be really fun to hit. 2,000 was kind of where we capped out last year. We raised just over $2,000 by the end of the final day, which was way beyond what I expected. The $2,000 milestone last year, I kind of set as like a pie in the sky impossibility so that there would always be something to work towards. And then y'all basically said, you have underestimated us. Do not underestimate us again. So this time I have put the incentive goalpost way further down the line, but just know that that doesn't mean that I expect us to necessarily hit all of these. But I want to give people something to continue to work towards in the eventuality that we do get to that point. So 2,500 will be an on-stream after the marathon acoustic guitar VGM performance by me. I have about a 45 to hour-minute set of original fingerstyle arrangements of a bunch of different video game music. There's some Zelda, there's some Final Fantasy, there's is there Pokemon? There's Mario, a bunch of different things there. It's about 9 or 10 songs or whatever. So that would be a special stream that you would get after the marathon. If by some miracle we make it to 3,000 total donations raised, I will commit to finishing all of the games on stream after the marathon. Because we're not going to finish Star Wars, we might not finish Yoshi, and we're definitely not going to finish Chrono Trigger. So the big reward that you would get for reaching 3,000 is me streaming Chrono Trigger playthrough. And then, finishing those other 2 games as well. And also, for what it's worth, by the same token of what I said about like underestimating everybody last year, I do have some back pocket shadow incentives for 3,500 and 4,000 if you all call my bluff. But again, I opted not to put those on the graphic because I didn't want to set the bar so much higher than last year, because I feel like by creating the milestone, I'm also creating an expectation, and I don't necessarily expect all of these to get met. I just want there to be something like there. I want there to continue to be like a carrot on the stick, even if we surpass my wildest dreams, which is, $2,000 in a week last year definitely did. So just keep all that in mind. If these numbers seem like really big and scary, we're just trying to raise as much money as we possibly can for American Heart Association. I'll talk more about the actual charity and why you should care about donating to American Heart Association more as we get closer. but I mainly just wanted to revisit I want to revisit the schedule and the specific incentives as much as possible leading up to February 9th when they're actually going to open. So mark your calendars. 2/9 donations open, and the hype train will really kick into high gear. And 2/16 is the first stream. So thank you for your time and attention for our charity check-in. Let's get back to Blue Dragon, shall we? All right. My controller went to sleep. I was yapping so much. So bored. We are currently on a blue device journey. We're doing a roundup. We finally got the thing that allows us to break down the blue barriers. So we're revisiting some of the early areas before I started writing down where they were. Because I was being a naughty note taker early on and thinking, oh, I'll remember this, or oh, the game will explain it, or oh, the game will track them. You know, I kind of made some assumptions about how it was going to work. But here we are on disc 2, just now finding out how it all works. So I'm just kind of systematically going through all the areas before I started writing them down. And we've already done the bulk of it. So if you're just joining us and you weren't here before or something, we'll be done with this and back to progress pretty soon. We have to check. We have to check here. We have to check Talta Village, and I think one other area, and then we'll be done. And they should all be pretty quick. But our next story destination is the Ancient Ruins, which is actually one of the earliest areas that we went to. So a bit of a full circle moment. Whoa, that scared me. Oh, we can't go in there. Okay, and then this is the Hermit. But then there's also this way up here that we want to check before we go through the little cave system. And there may not be any sealed chests here, but I don't remember, so we have to check. Because there's at least 5 different colors of seals that we've seen so far. And now that we know how the blue one works, I feel like it's reasonable to assume that the other one works the same. The other ones work the same way, where we're gonna go to a certain place and find a special item that removes the seals, and then we'll be able to backtrack and track them down. So from here on out, it'll be a lot easier because I'm being very diligent in writing them down, and we won't have to wonder where they are, because we'll be chronicling them as we go. But yeah, there's green barriers, there's red barriers, there's black barriers, and there's white barriers. My first guess was that the colors were going to be associated with some of the classes. There's more than 5 classes. But once we saw the black and the white barrier, I was like, oh, maybe they correspond with black and white magic. And, you know, red, green, and blue could reasonably be applied to, you know, Swordmaster and Assassin or some kind of combination. All right, one more house here. The old man's house. All right, just a regular chest and no basement. Puppies are barking tonight. Okay, and I don't think there was one up on the little viewing platform, but let me go check really quick. I didn't like fully walk out here. Okay. Lago Village has been checked. Actually, wait a second. I need to go back down to the bottom and check the, like, the perimeter of the big building. There might have been one, like, by the gate. We can take our fun little gondola here. Whee! There's a save point down there. I don't think there's a chest down there, but we gotta check. Dook, 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 dook. Whee! Yeah, it's very wee. Personally, I wouldn't be standing up in it, though. Okay. We're all done here at Lago. Just one wee. Wee. Okay, so now we need to check Forest of the Dead. I'm pretty sure we already checked the forest camp, but I guess we can check it again. That'll take like 5 seconds. Forest of the Dead will take a minute. I'm pretty sure there is at least one in Forest of the Dead. That was a pretty large area. Actually, we came here first to go to the undersea caverns to get one that we had written down, and I think we found one here. But I don't remember. Alright, no buildings that I can go in. All good. Alright, now let's check Forest of the Dead. This is the only other large-ish area of the bunch, and this will be the last one that we have to check before we can go towards things that we specifically know that are there. Okay, is this the entrance? I think this is the entrance, yeah. I just need to orient myself. This place is really annoying to navigate. I'm going to try to use field barrier here. Oh, this is not the entrance. This is the boss room. Okay. I'm glad I checked. I don't think there's one here. Alright, we're going to try to use field barrier here to instantly defeat encounters that we can't just walk by, sneak by. I guess I could also try to use this stealth skill in combination with so if I go like this and I hit LB, doesn't do anything. Okay, I just press it when I'm not in that menu, and they don't see me. Or they still see me, but not as much. Okay, that's probably better than using field barrier. I'll just use field barrier if we get really close to somebody. Oh, I didn't run into him. Well, let's run into this guy. Owned. Owned. This is very useful for this very specific use case of like exploring a previously visited area that has a bunch of low-level enemies everywhere. Oh. Okay. I don't remember this at all. Forest of the Dead. I'll call this near center. And we'll just call this a wall. And it is green. So we can't get this now, but we want to know that it's here so that whenever I can dispel green barriers, I can come back here. I can see that there's at least one chest back there. This is going to be a hard place to check everywhere because it's so disorienting. Oh. Good job, Kluk. Get out of here. So this barrier stays up as long as Jiro has MP. And it was a little unreasonable to utilize early on because it's quite a lot of MP. It's 30 MP for every enemy that we bump into. And I think our max MP was like 50 or something. But now it's it works just fine. Oh, this place is too big. Oh, is this the entrance? This is the entrance. Okay. We've seen most of it already. The tricky part is just going to be keeping track of where we've gone and where we haven't. Because the map system is not great. One way to keep track is definitely with the enemies, though. So there is something to be said for, like, running into the enemies where we've been. Okay, that's a loop. This is the other path from the first area. I believe that is where we came from. And this should lead to the center swampy place, which we haven't checked yet. Oh, this place. You can't go that way. It's nice that they can take themselves out if they, like, happen to pounce on me. And I can try to avoid them and just run past them, but if I'm unsuccessful, they can take themselves out. Okay, this is also a loop. This would be so much easier if you could just pull up a full-size map. It's really unfortunate that this world map isn't replaced with an explode of the mini-map when you're in a dungeon. It's really strange that they didn't see that as an issue. Wait, what? Okay, I did not think that that's where I was. Somehow I got looped all the way back around to the front door. And that sucks because it respawns all the enemies. So, no breadcrumbing. Alright, here's the center swamp area. I'm gonna run right into you. I need to restore some of Jiro's MP. Alright, stealth and the barrier. Okay. So we can kind of... we can use this center swamp as a bit of a landmark. I think this is the area with the gunner guys and the chests. Yep. This is a dead end. Most of these should be dead ends. You gotta really investigate closely too, because you might think that you can just see from a great distance whether or not there's a barrier chest or something else with a barrier, but they can kind of sneak up on you. Okay, this area is unique. And this is the machine that was producing the poisonous mist. Okay, return to the center. Continue clockwise. No, thank you. And then these are the parts that were previously covered in mist. Okay, nothing there. And then there's one more bridge. And there's quite a bit of stuff over here, and I think this path eventually leads back around to the entrance. And we can call it good. I think this is the fast travel point over here, and the boss is over this way. Slime Roamer. What a name. Yeah. That's the warp point right there. Okay, I'm just going to take one more path and call it good. I think this is a path that I've already been down, but just going to make sure. We're going to go... Wait. No, yeah, we're going to go this way. And see if this leads back to the entrance like I think that it does. There's the green wall again. So yeah, we're good. We can warp out of here. Okay, so no blue stuff here, but we did get to add a green thing to the notes. And I'm happy with that. I'm going to add one additional... Ooh! Shu just hit skill plus 6. That's incredible. He's the first one. I'm going to add one extra little tidbit to my notes about where this green thing is. And this is the very first screen, right? Okay, cool. We can warp out of here. Okay, so I'm going to call this... we'll call this Southeast Bridge from Center Tree. That'll save future me some time. Okay, now, is there anywhere else we... Oh yeah, we need to check Talta. We have notes about everywhere else that we've been. We know about Gull, Mural Town, and Alumaru. Oh, I do want to go back to Laserfield, though. Just because we didn't get to finish exploring there. So we're going to go there, too. But I don't think we're going to see any blue chests. We just might see some regular chests. And some examinables. Okay, this area is quite large, but most of it is exterior. So, it shouldn't take too long to scan the whole place. We'll go up to the lookout here first. Okay, nothing up here. Where we first started the game. We'll go this way first. Fushira's workshop. This feels a lot like, I thought of this earlier, but I've never said it. This reminds me of like the Trinity locations in Kingdom Hearts that were just like colorful symbols on the ground that you usually would find before you could actually do anything with them. And you had to just like remember that they were there and come back for them later. And for those, each one was like a different like ability where you had to have like certain people in your party. And I think one of them was like an earthquake, and one of them was like a jump, and one of them was like a, I don't know. But essentially they would just get you items or chests. And some of them were pretty dastardly. You could like walk right by the symbol on the ground and not realize that it was there. Okay, this is Jiro's mansion. There's actually a couple different loading zones in this house. So we'll go in here and then come out the other door. The Trinity spots in Kingdom Hearts were also color-coded. Like, very similar colors to these. So that's part of why it reminds me, too. They had blue, green, red, yellow, white, I think. So yellow instead of black, otherwise the same as these colors. But if my theory is correct about these, and there's the same number of barrier colors as there are jobs, I think that would mean there's 2 more barrier colors, and I could see one of them being yellow. Maybe like yellow purple or orange purple. Add in the other secondary colors to the primary. Or I guess we don't have the primary colors of pigment. We would need yellow for that. We have the primary colors of light. RGB. Okay, now we'll check Kluk's house. I don't think that there were chests in any of these, but I'd rather be sure. Okay. Okay, she's clean, she's clear. There may have been one in that shop, though. I can kind of picture that. We'll work our way over there. There are random encounters in here, so I gotta watch out. Or, not random encounters, but encounters. Okay, we got 2 more buildings over there. And then this area up here. Oh, this is the first area of the game, the windmill. Not the lookout. The lookout was where like the first cutscene was, but this is where we had the first gameplay. Alright, we had to fight a boss to get access to this inn and shop. There could be one in here. Nope. Okay. And one more building, and then we're done in Talta. Very small building. A building. Okay, nothing in Talta. We found one green chest in Alumaru, so we don't need to go there. And then Gull. What did we have in Gull? Oh, just kidding. There is a blue chest in Alumaru. We gotta go there. Mural Village has a black, red, and white. Wilderness Camp has a green chest. Gull Mountains has a green chest and a red barrier. Red wall. Shout out Red Wall. And that is it. So we're going to go to Alumaru. Behind Jilala's house. And then I think we can finally go to Jabral. Oh, no, we're going to go to the laser field. That's right. Okay. Alumaru Village. This will be very quick. We know exactly where this is. We're officially done with revisiting previous areas that are uncharted. We are strictly in charted territory now. This is a nice song. It's very Dark Cloud, especially with the running water. And like the birds and stuff. Both visually and sonically similar to Matataki Village. Very cozy. I think this was on the left side behind his house. Actually, the horns are very not Matataki, but the first part is very Dark Cloud. There we go. All right, what do we got? Alacrity Elixir. Okay, that's a stat up item, I believe. Alacrity is such a good word. Okay, now we're going to the laser field. Then Jabral. Then back to Baroi Town for story progress. Okay, I don't think my field barrier is going to work here. But I am going to utilize stealth. Because there's a lot of enemies here. This whole first area is pretty much checked. So we're going to go straight to the second area. But when we got to the second area and the lasers started shooting at us... we got pulled into a lot of cutscenes and we didn't really get to explore all the nooks and crannies. These guys are really annoying. I'm just gonna water them. I guess I could try, or not water. Don't need water. That's overkill. I guess I could try the field barrier and see if it's strong enough. But This is a pretty recently visited area, and I'm assuming these enemies are too strong. Oh, I also need to put something in Shu's newly opened skill slot. Let's give you... Absorb HP. Alright, let's try it. Okay, it does work. We need more MP for Jiro, though. We need to buy, like, a massive stack of magical medicine to fund our usage of this spell. There's skill plus 5 for Jiro. Very nice. We're going to give you that HP boost back. Beautiful. Okay, this is the second area where the lasers started shooting. There's a chest that we didn't get right over there. So yeah, there should be a decent amount of stuff here that's new. Okay, I got enough for you guys. Nice, there's a stat up item. Let me put some more MP on my guy. I wonder if the upgraded version of this field barrier spell is more economical. Maybe I should go for it. Because I don't think it increases the SP yield. Okay, we got that chest. Excuse me, Turt. There's that. Okay, they're just blocking a path, not an interior. Oh, and this is that boss guy. He's respawned. Do not want to fight him again. Okay, we've got their chest. This is really chaotic. Ooh, the lag. Okay, and then this is right around the spot where we got pulled into the dome. There's the dome over there. Ah, there's a chest that we couldn't have gotten. Shadow Crystal. Hello? Oh, we're in an ad. Kiki, thank you for 30 months of Prime. This is the last ad break of the day. I'll be back in 3 minutes, and then we'll spin the wheel for you. Thank you so much. He's done it! He's finally done it, folks. And it wasn't even a sudden death. Mario is finally on the board in round 8. He will not go quietly into the night. He's already lost. But he's going to stave off Captain Falcon from an entire sweep. So the score now 7-1 after 8 rounds. Still 3 left to go before we switch to our final matchup of Samus versus Fox. We will complete this entire matchup grid next week. Before the end of the week, actually. We'll be switching to our new ads project, which is going to be Automated CPU Mario Party. And it's not going to have a stats tracking aspect like this does. At least I'm not currently planning to do that. So it'll be a little bit more chill. It'll also save time. Like a lot of times after the Smash ad break, I'm sitting here talking about the statistics and commentating and stuff because it's fun. And I guess there's no there's no guarantee that I won't do a little bit of chatting and stuff about it when it's Mario Party. But the cool thing that I'm excited about for Mario Party is that if it takes me longer than 3 minutes to do what I need to do during the ad break, which it often does, you'll still be seeing Mario Party. Because it's going to play until I come back and pause it again. So if something weird happens and I need to step away for 10 minutes or whatever because something needs my attention, you won't just be staring at a results screen. So I'm excited about that aspect of it. It'll make me feel just a little bit less guilty for the people, you know, sitting there staring at their screen. You'll have something to look at. I'm excited about that. Okay. We just had a sub come in from Kiki right as I was supposed to be running the ad break. I actually got bamboozled and didn't even realize that it was happening. So let's come over here and spin the wheel. Some tunes for a second there. We'll switch to the roaming mic. Let's see. Check, check, 1, 2. Yeah, you're hearing me. You learned you weren't subbed because the ad went off and you were like, huh? Yeah, let me hit the button here so you can see the wheel. I haven't touched this. I have to do that. That's the only camera that I can't see a preview of from in front. So I have to just remember to press that button at the beginning of the stream. And sometimes I forget because there's a lot of buttons that I have to press at the beginning of stream. All right, this is our first spin of the day, actually. So pink and orange wedges are locked. Let's see what we've got. Hope you're doing well today, Kiki. Thank you again for the resub. I really appreciate it. 10 push-ups. That's the thing that we landed on last time we spun the wheel. Knock those out really quick. Not gonna do it with the mic attached. Just go ahead and switch back to the regular. And let's get this out of the way. So you can stare at me and make sure I do the right amount. Make sure I do them right. Form check. Collarbone popped. A little concerning. Nothing to remind you of your age better than like a muscle or joint or bone popping that's like never popped before, and you're like, oh, like that didn't hurt, but it could have. Or is that an indicator of something? All right, back to Blue Dragon. We're exploring the final stretches of the laser field here. We've been rewarded with 2 chests that we missed last time so far, so this was worthwhile. Oh, there's a big hole in the environment there. That's pretty cool. And it looks like this is going to be it, unless there's something tucked away back in this corner. No? Okay, cool. We could go right in here to go to Baroy Town, I'm sure. Actually, I just want to know if we can or not. That's cool. But we're not ready to go here yet. There are 2 blue chests here that we didn't get. That we want to get in the temple basement. Or actually, wait. We did get those, but I didn't check them off and write down what we got. Because that was the room... That was the room where we got the blue device. Yeah. That was the room where we got the blue device. I guess, let me go down there and double check. To make sure I'm not losing it. But we need to go to Jabral. There's 2, I believe, either 2 or 3 blue things in Jabral that we can get now. And also, we need to visit the Nothing Man, because we have crossed another milestone. And then we'll also find out what the next milestone is. Yeah, it was these 2 chests right here. Alright, so I'll just have to go back when I do my timestamps tonight. I'll have to check and see what those were. Okay, to Jabral! Where are these in Jabral? The courtyard? Oh yeah, right inside the gate. And then one in the engine lab. Okay, cool. I know exactly where those are. The rest are all colors that we don't have yet. Let's see, where are we? You don't look familiar. Who are you? Little Meg?
Hello, I'm Little Meg from Cafe Jabral. The Cafe Jabral is abuzz with new gossip. Do you want to go to the cafe with me?
Yes, I do. Does this just mean, like, talk to everybody because there's new info?
The designer vases from the studio on the hill with the fountain are selling like hotcakes.
The way that the S at the end is not in orange. The studio on the hill is... What do they mean by that? The hill with the fountain? I'm assuming they're referring to somewhere in Jabral. And there is like an upward slope to the town, but like... I don't think he would refer to that as on the hill, because we're also on that hill. Unless there's a freestanding designer studio. I remember going in a place that made vases, so we just need to find that.
If you took some of those vases to Lago, I'm sure the Devi tribesfolk would love them.
Oh, right, because they wear vases on their heads. Okay, hold on. Let me write this down. Jabral vases are popular. Buy some and take them to the Devi in Lago. Okay. And I guess I can highlight that in green, because that's a to-do. I was going to put a star in the margin.
The The Devi tribesfolk really love vases.
There were rumors Donpa was able to open the treasure chests with blue barriers by himself.
Interesting. Okay, I guess that makes sense because there was a blue treasure chest in the place where Donpa was, and if you recall, Donpa was notorious for stolen valor and made us like agree to not out them as a liar.
It's not time for the performance, but if I don't practice, I'll lose my chops.
It seems Guru Guru has become the village chief back home in Alumaru. They say he's searching for the group of 5 who saved him from exile. If you know anything about this group, please let him know. Wait.
Okay. Guru Guru is chief now. And he's looking for us. I guess it makes sense that he wouldn't know where to find us because we're all over the place. But that was just so recently, you know? Like, that was so recent, so why is he looking for us? So I'm just going to write visit him in Alumaru, so I have something to highlight here. I really like that this is like a gossip hub and that there was a character to tell me like, hey, there is new gossip. Go and listen to it.
I'm surprised to hear Jilala was a crook. He used to come to Jabral a lot.
We weren't so surprised.
Welcome to the Cafe Jabral.
Okay. It's also cool, like, the patronage in here is different. The vibe in here is different. It's not all the same people.
Hey there, you look like you're doing great.
Lau, out on a date? Are we cramping your style?
No, I'm out looking for a room right now. I got a little tired, so I'm taking a break. Do you know somewhere with a room for rent?
Actually, we do. There's a great place over on the other side of Main Street. It's a little expensive, though.
Really? Thanks, I'll go check it out next time.
Okay. Little subplot moved forward there.
Looking for a room has made me so tired.
I think it's really cool that the portraits are actually like a live camera feed. And you see like the direction that they're looking to look towards you, and you can see like the background behind them. Like just now in her portrait, you could see the ceiling fan in the background spinning. Very cool the way that they did that. Okay, I gotta figure out where this vase shop is. That's the inn. I think this is the bodyguard house. On the hill with the fountain. On the hill with the fountain. The fountain is down at the lowest part of the town, so I don't know what they mean by that. There's the accessory shop. That's the regular shop. We do need to stock up on items, actually, so let me go in here and buy a big stack of magical medicine. Now that we're using field barrier a decent amount. Oh, this is the spell shop. We're good on spells. Oh, and this is the accessory shop. Okay, this is not... There's no general store here. We're gonna have to find that elsewhere. I think that's closer to the front gate. I should talk to every Gorgo after having done the events in Alumaru. Oh! Feel free to use anything in this house. Because of you, the Gorgo people can believe in themselves once again. This is my way of showing our gratitude. Okay, this was the house that we got kicked out of a bunch of times. So maybe we can get all these chests now. I totally forgot about this. There's only one guy in here. Hey, guy.
Already done here. Need to find a new master.
So apparently all these guys worked for Jilala. That's kind of cool. We need to examine this house too, because we didn't get to check most of this stuff. Cool. Unexpected reward.
EXP is still going to Zola, and SP is just always Shu. I'm just reminding myself. Steadiness salve. Oh, that's right. You can check dressers again. Got a nice little basket. Oh, book time. Valen the Wizard, Part 23. I thought this story was done. Ellen and Ben's reasoning just sounded like meddlesome preaching to Valen's ears. I thought I could at least count on you two to understand me. If you're going to talk to me like that, I should silence you all, said the defiant Valen. Ellen was shocked to hear this, but Ben challenged Valen to carry out his threat. Uh-oh. That's right, we don't like Valen anymore. He turned into a jerk. Bad Wizard. Jerk Wizard. Grand Tribe's Necklace. I don't think we've had anything of that variety. Grand Tribe's Earring. Okay, we're going to get all these. Grand Tribe's Ring. So is this going to be the bracelet? Metals times 9. Okay. Okay, so I guess we can kind of consider this part of our tangible reward for defeating Jilala. Since there wasn't like a definitive endpoint, we didn't get something from Guru Guru and Surasura. We got like a lot of stuff, like kind of piecemeal along the way, but we didn't get like a thank you for saving our town, here is big item. So kind of it was that. Okay, we need to go in here and buy some magical medicines. And I think the other pottery shop is just at the top of the other slope. Okay. Let's buy 20... Actually, no, let's buy 50 magical medicines. And then let's buy 20 mega magical medicine. Or 14. Yeah. That's a lot of money. We can afford it, especially with our 50% discount. Can you imagine if there was a way to get a 50% discount at every store ever? Smashy, welcome in. Thank you for that. Can't unhear.
Now watch. I can't circle. I don't have my telescope.
And the pizza.
Here comes the pizza. See it?
See it?
Oh!
Oh!
Jeez. Highly unnecessary.
Iconic. Smashy, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah, here's the fountain. This is the room for rent. Let's see if anything happens with Lao in here, now that we talk to him. Oh, the landlord guy's not even in here. Okay. Thank you for Heya. Okay. So this must be the pottery shop.
Silly,
Yeah.
silly, silly.
Smashy just testing the bot. We just learned something, though. I didn't know you couldn't do silly and busy back-to-back queued. My vases are selling like crazy in Lago right now, especially the designer vase style. I know. I'll give the heroes who saved Jabral Castle one of my vases as a gift. If you give that vase to the Lago Village Chief, everyone will be thrilled. Okay, cool. I love all this little side stuff that we're getting. This is really nice. It's happening very organically, but it's also like plotted out in a really easy to manage way. Okay. Now we need to go to the courtyard and get a blue chest. And then we're going to warp back towards the castle, because we got to go in the castle and get one more chest. And then we'll go to Lago and Alumaru. We keep thinking that we're about to get back on the beaten path, but more stuff keeps popping up along the way.
Alright, what do we got? A poo bracelet! Guys. We've made it. We've made it. Oh, wow, I just realized something. I wrote this down as a red bracelet. But it's a blue one. Or I wrote this down as a red chest in the courtyard. But luckily my memory just ignored that word on the page and remembered that it was a blue one. That's why we have whiteout. Oh, that's the wrong highlighter. I cannot wait to find out what the poo bracelet does. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I think there's also a red chest here. No? Okay, now I'm really confused. Because I have Jabral Courtyard Blue written in one spot. Oh! Okay, I'm an idiot. Time to get the white out again. I can't read. Okay. This is so messy. Now I get to white out over my whiteout. Okay. There's Jabral Courtyard and then Jabral Castle Courtyard. Oh, Smashy wants to see me write this stuff down. Okay, so this one is a red chest. This is a different chest in a different area that we have not gotten yet. And then over here on this page, this is the one that had the poo bracelet. Okay. There we go. All right. And then for just a little bit of time save, I can just warp. Even though we're already in this town. Thank you for being the notes person. Oh yeah, we're going to stay on this page, because now we're going to go to the Jabral Engine Lab. But first we need to talk to Nothing Man. And then we'll warp out from the castle. Nothing Man is right out here. I should have talked to him after we left the cafe, but I was too busy thinking about the pottery shop. Nothing Man. He's very important. We love him very much. We definitely have more than 800 nothings, but we don't really know how many we have, and we don't know what his next milestone is. So let's find out. $947. Belt of Hermes. Okay, first I need to go to my current notes and write that down. 800 nothings. Belt of Hermes. All right, tell me the next milestone. 1,000. Okay, hold on, let me check my formatting. Oh, he doesn't tell you. Okay, so we just write next milestone 1,000. That's what I figured it would be. And we're already very close to that. We were very close to 800 when we found out it was 800, and we're very close to 1,000 now that we've found out that it's 1,000. Okay, now we're gonna go to the Jabral engine room and open a blue chest. And then we're gonna go to where are we gonna go before we go to Alumaru? Devi. We're gonna go to Lago. Lago. I want to see what Meg says now. Okay, she still says that it's a buzz with new gossip. I don't know if I believe her now, since we just went there and got new gossip. But she might be telling the truth. Okay, I think the way to the engine lab is this way, if I recall correctly. I'm also going to talk to the wacky scientist dude, because we got another one of the secret parts, but the description of it doesn't match what I thought it was going to be. So I want to see if he says that there's only one more part to confirm, or if he's like, oh, we didn't know about this one. Now we're really close to the general aura of Generalist now that we know it is somewhere in this general vicinity. We are actually cooking on Generalist, Smashy. We are doing so great with Generalist. Yo, Apodiopsis, welcome in. He may not be a blue dragon, but he does have one. Oh, let me talk to this guy first, I guess. We gave the mystery part Alpha. We gave the mystery part Un. It appears you don't have all the mysterious parts. Okay. I thought we needed a Delta and a Beta, or a Delta and a Sigma, or something like that. But we got one that's called Un. So I don't know what to think. Touch the thing, Shu. There we go. We got blue dragons and blue barriers. What do we got? A shell earring. That sounds kind of junky. I feel like we already had one of those like a long time ago. But maybe it's like, maybe it casts like auto shell or whatever shell is called in this game. Okay. Let's check out these new accessories because we haven't looked at them yet. Oh, that's right. We already had the Grand Tribes bracelet. That's why we didn't get it in that house. Grand Tribes ring. Oh, wow. Mostly magic attack, but also HP and defense. So we probably want to give that to Kluk. Oh, but it's a ring, so we're not going to give it to her because there's no way it's better than Jiro's ring. Okay. Well, nobody else really uses magic attack. Oh, and Jiro already has one. When did that happen? Okay, well then I guess I'll just give it to Shu. Why not? 5 points of defense and a good chunk of HP. We're crossing the 500 barrier now. Grand Tribe's earring. When defending, this will restore 10 MP. That's pretty cool. Raises magic defense, which is lowest for Morrow. He won't benefit from getting MP by defending. But that's really not worthwhile for anybody. That's not really worth spending a turn in battle. So maybe I just give it to him for the magic defense. Call it good. Oh, it does have the shell ability. Okay, I was right about that. Prevents petrify. That's really good. Well, that does way more magic defense, too. So really, this would be the one to give him. And just have him make up that accessory, or that agility somewhere else. It's funny that it says has the shell ability, because they don't actually call the ability that functions like shell, shell. Or maybe I'm thinking of protect. I think it's wall and shell. Let me see. Yeah, okay. It is called... Wait. It's so confusing. There's shield and shell and wall. And those are all different spells. And resist. They're like so simple that... I don't understand what the difference between shield and shell are, though. Shield creates a barrier, single target. Shell creates a barrier for a single target in the front row. So what? Shield can be cast on the back row? They both become AoE when you charge them up, and they both cost 10 MP. So if the only difference is front row versus any row, that's wild. They chose to do that way. But I guess that would mean that they could stack, which is kind of cool. Because none of the other abilities really stack in this game. And it would be good for him to have a little bit of a barrier. But Petrify is really scary and would be awesome to have resistance to. It might be magic and physical. It would make sense if it was, but the description doesn't say. Maybe I'll give Jiro the Petrify resistance because he's the character who can remove Petrify as the white mage. Plus he'll just have a huge magic defense, which is great. He loses 10 MP, but we can make that up. Okay, back to Shu. Grand Tribe's Necklace. Restores 10 HP when defending. We don't care about that. 100 defense points. But Ancient Warrior is better. And it prevents Petrify. So we're going to struggle to find somebody who doesn't lose something on these. A little bit of magic defense lost there. Magic defense and agility. Here we go. Zola has regular stuff. So Zola can have this Ancient Warrior's necklace. So the Grand Tribes stuff is like immediately outclassed by the Ancient Warriors stuff. Just because of how we happened... the order that we happened to do this stuff in. So those are just cannon fodder. And then what is this Belt of Hermes? Wind resistance and 60 points of agility. Woo! Oh, we need to put that on one of our slow characters. Shu and Maro are really slow. Oh, Jiro is also really slow. Shu is the slowest. I can't tell if ballet shoes is a ribbon or not. I can't tell if it's like amazing or terrible. Oh yeah, what do flip-flops do? Water resistance and 5 MP. That's so silly. I feel like I should prioritize Jiro for speed here. So let's get rid of the magic shoes. Oh no, that's 30 MP. We can't do that. I guess we wait until Jiro has accessory +3 and save this for him. Gains a general shield, this somewhat overall... Yeah. It's so general. We gotta keep it really general. Okay, well I guess that's everything, huh? Oh no, we have this Ancient Warrior's bracelet. May petrify a target that attacked physically. Yo. Oh, and this gives agility as well. Maybe we can give this to Morrow. Yeah. Or actually, is it better for Shu? Oh, Shu loses HP and defense. Yeah, okay, we'll give this... Or do we give it to Zola? Zola needs the agility less and the attack more. Yeah, we'll give it to Morrow. That makes sense. Oh, what does the poo bracelet do? Instantly kills most types of poo. And it raises every stat by 1 point. That's so awesome. Look at that design, too. That's killer. What a silly item. So silly. How does this work, though? Like, do they instantly die after you enter battle with them? Or do they have to attack you? Because most of the bracelets have, like, the reaction abilities. So the poo might have to attack this character in order to instantly die? Or do they, like, instantly die on the field? That's so funny. We're starting to accumulate a lot of junk in the accessory department. We haven't really thrown away anything. Man, this defense buff would be really nice. But we just can't afford it right now. Alright, I think we're good on accessories for now. We're gonna warp to Lago Village. And talk to the chief. Who I think is standing right out front. Where am I? Okay. I don't think he's in, like, the Great Hall. I think he's outside. Out here. Yeah, here he is with the big gold pot on his head. This is the designer vase. Ah, how it brings back memories. It brings memories back? Aren't these really popular right now? They certainly were popular after you went away. But just as suddenly, they fell out of fashion again. I thought it would be a good present, but it's not so good after all, is it? I can't bear to see you off empty-handed after visiting Lago Town. Please take this to compensate in some way the trouble you went through. Got large quantity of designer vases with a white S at the end. Having 1 or 99 is the same. They should come in handy someday, too. So that in the time that it took us to go from one place to the other, they fell out of popularity. And now we have 99 of them. Do they do anything? Is it like an actual item? We have 99 designer vases. That's wild. Okay, I gotta go back to the shop in Jabral and see if something happens if we talk to the pottery folks. Welcome to trading. Yeah, it is weirdly kind of like, kind of reminds me of like the Suikoden trading stuff. Alright, I'm gonna let Meg teleport me to the cafe. I don't think there's going to be new dialogue here. Designer vases? They've been popular before. Okay, there's Donpa up to his usual lying tricks. Maybe we should go confront Donpa and see what he says. Yeah, we're going to go see Guru Guru after this. Does Lao say anything about the house? The other side of Main Street looks like a nice place to live. Okay, so maybe he checked it out? I don't know. Not very much time has passed. Well, we didn't pay anything for the one designer vase that we got, so it's not like we are getting, you know, rug pulled on an investment or something. Let's see what they say now.
Yeah, there, you deliver it to the Lago Village, Chief. Tell me how it went. What'd you say? The trend's over and they didn't want my vase? And you want to give back the designer vase? No, unacceptable. Since then I made a ton of vases. Now what am I supposed to do with them?
I want to give one to this lady.
I never want to see a designer vase again.
Oh, that's very silly. Now he's sitting on a mountain of Labubus. He's like a scalper that got comeuppance, except that never happens, unfortunately. Okay, now we're gonna go to Alumaru. Talk to Guru Guru. And we'll finally be caught up with all this little side stuff. We can go back to Baroi. See what's up. Hey, boys. Where do we think he's gonna be? Is he gonna be in the town square? Has he moved into the manor? Here he is.
I can feel Guru Guru's love for me, but my love for him is just as strong. And your bravery and dedication is just as strong. Thank you so very much.
Alright, thanks for the validation, I guess. That was weird.
Thank you for coming, our little friends. Since you got this jewel back for us, you should be the ones to have it. I hope this helps you. That is all we wish.
Oh. So the thing that we gave to him, he's now re-gifting to us. That feels a little insulting, actually. Why is this... Oh, that's right, it's the sound test. It's not a key item. Is it an accessory? Gem of Jabral. Resists earth, prevents petrify. Okay, it's a special accessory. Let's take a look. Ooh. Very nice. Very, very nice. So, a resistance and an immunity and a bunch of incremental stat boosts. Does it outclass this? No. And it doesn't outclass... Oh, it does outclass this. It covers the 30 MP, and we're trading Dizzy for Petrify. Okay, I'm gonna do this. And then whenever Jiro gets accessory +3, we'll give him the Belt of Hermes. We're just gonna set that aside for him. That's just like the perfect item for him, so we're gonna set it aside for him. I don't know if you're memeing or if that's real advice, Apodiopsis. If that's like a real thing that happens in this game, I don't want to know about it. Okay, we're done with that. Now we can go back to Baroi. I do need to sleep and save after having done all this as well. Just in case. So let's prepare to do that. You know nothing about this game. Okay, gotcha. Because that definitely could have been a thing. Doesn't sound too far off from what happens in some games. Okay, which one of these is the inn? Is it this one? Yeah. Yes, real fake advice, exactly. Alright. We're gonna rest. And then we're gonna save. And then we finally get to find out what happens after this. I'm assuming that it's just going to connect to the world map in some way, and that we're going to be able to get to the ancient ruins. But it might literally directly connect to the ancient ruins without utilizing the map. Okay, I think our last save was slot 1, but it's been a bit. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna save in slot 2 now. What's up, 9? How are you? SS02, and we'll call this Baroy Town after blue barriers plus side stuff. Okay. And then actually save. Don't forget to actually save. Okay. Let's go in here. We know we're heading towards the ancient ruins. I'm just kind of curious to see how it happens. Into the door. Ooh, okay, so we're gonna have another dungeon. The underground river. And there's a Kellalon. Okay, well, before we get into all this, I think I'm going to leave this as our starting point for next time we play, because it's about time to end anyways. So, this will be where we call it for today. And we'll pick up right here next week. In the meantime, I want to remind you about Heart Week coming up in February. We talked about this a little bit ago, but I'm going to talk about it again because I'm excited about it. I will be doing a week-long marathon of streams for charity, supporting American Heart Association. Here is a look at the schedule of games that I'm going to be playing. February 16th through 20th, mark your calendars. A little preview of some of the incentives you can donate towards as well in each game. It's going to be awesome. What about non-American Hearts? American Heart Association does serve more than just North America. They're based in America. But good question, even though I think it was a meme. There's actually going to be quite a few Canadians on my stream team that will be doing streams this week as well. There's going to be a good number, a couple of handfuls of streamers joining me this week. This week, not the current week that's happening, but the week of February 16th through 20th. There'll be about 10 or more of us, maybe a dirty dozen. Every person will be doing their own streams with their own activities and incentives and such, but we all have like a collective fundraising goal as a team, on top of like what we're all doing individually. So I'll have a link dump ready soon for the streamers that are going to be streaming alongside me that week, and I'll also get a link dump for like the charity info. We haven't started raising money yet. Apodiopsis. This is upcoming. I'm building hype. This is happening next month. So yes, we are at a whopping $0 right now because it hasn't started yet. Last year we raised over $2,000, which was pretty awesome. And our team raised over $10,000. So we did a really good job. We're hoping to exceed that this year, but if we don't, we'll still be very happy with how much we've raised. But we've got Star Wars Shadows of the Empire on the Monday, Yoshi's Story 64 on the Tuesday. We've got Link's Awakening on the Wednesday, and Pokemon Silver on the Thursday. And if we get to that $1,500 milestone before the end of the Thursday stream, there will be a bonus stream on Friday of Chrono Trigger. So those are the games. You can find more info about the incentives and stuff in my upcoming Discord post, where I'll have kind of like a breakdown of all of them. But basically there will be a link to go to the Tiltify page. It'll have all this stuff very organized and chronologically ordered and color-coded and all kinds of good stuff like that. The things that have already been claimed won't be shown to you so that it's not confusing. You'll be able to see like which incentives are ending the soonest if you want to make sure things get met before they close out. It's actually really nice how they put it all together. But it's going to be really fun. So come and check it out. Mark your calendars. Donations are going to open the week before this. So February 9th, donations will open on Monday morning. Those of you that are in the Discord and have the news roll, you'll get pinged when I make my Monday update. And you'll get a link to the Tiltify, and you can go start cashing in these incentives for the things that you want to be getting first dibs on. And then we'll do the initial fundraising that first week, especially for these earlier in the marathon games, to make sure that those incentives can get met if we want them. And then we'll kick it off on the 16th. I'm really excited about it. I hope you are too. We've got a number of milestones to work towards. The big one, obviously, is that additional stream on Friday if we hit 1,500. The pizza milestone for 2,000 is going to be a really good time. There's going to be 5 rewards, $25 each, to choose a pizza topping. And they're limited to 1 per person. And you can't pick a topping that's already been picked. But otherwise, there are no limitations. As long as the place has the topping, you can pick it. There's not anything that's going to be like something I'm allergic to or whatever, and I can't say no to things I don't like. So we'll end up with some kind of a 5-topping pizza that'll get ordered if we hit that $2,000 milestone. If we happen to go further, I have milestones ready into the stratosphere. I'll do an acoustic guitar VGM performance for you on a separate stream if we reach 2,500. I will finish all the playthroughs that I don't finish after the marathon on stream on 3,000. And I do have some shadow, invisible, stratospheric, cosmic milestones for 3,500 and 4,000 if it starts looking like that's at all a possibility. But not an expectation, and I don't think that will happen. But last year, y'all told me that I underestimated you, so I've made sure to have multiple carrots on longer sticks in case we get higher up. That's about it for the charity info. There will be commands so that you can view these milestones and incentive trackers during the streams. In case I'm like locked into a, intense speedrun moment and can't look at the chat or can't answer you clearly, you'll be able to pull these and kind of like visually see. These will get X'd out as they get claimed, and this milestone bar will like turn green and fill up as we go along and that sort of thing. It should be even easier to understand and track what's going on than it was last year. So, that's about it. Next week, we're starting Pikmin 2 on Tuesday. Very excited about that. It'll be new game day. We finished Plucky Squire this week. It was awesome. It was great. It was everything that I hoped that it would be. And we're going to play our 3rd Switch game in a row, which is wild for a retro-leaning streamer. I guess Pikmin 2 is sort of a retro game. It's a GameCube game, but we're playing the remaster. Pikmin 1 was really fun, so I'm excited to get to Pikmin 2. And more Blue Dragon on Thursday and Friday. We're really close to another sub-goal bonus stream. So, 1 sub away, in fact. So, whenever this bar fills up, we will have another point-and-click stream with the lady on a Sunday afternoon where we continue our first playthrough of Grim Fandango. And whenever we're done with that, you'll get to pick what our next point-and-click game is in a Discord poll. We need to find someone to raid before we head out of here. And that'll be all she wrote. If it is your weekend, I hope you have a good weekend. If it is not your weekend, just keep pushing. We believe in you. You can do it. And whatever hopefully you have some sort of days off from your commitments and jorbs that you can look forward to, and I hope they arrive sooner than you expect. Wow, we got a lot of good options here for raid targets. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Let's see. Where do we want to go? A lot of cool people on right now. I don't feel like searching for a brave raid tonight. It's hard enough to decide on a friendly raid. I feel like there's not usually this many people on at this time. What's going on? Alright, let's raid Pops. Haven't said hi to Pops in a while. Pops is playing some Hollow Knight. I don't know if this is a first playthrough, but assume that it is. Don't provide gameplay tips or hints or, you know, backseat or anything like that. Really, just, you know, don't do that in any stream that you go to. If you didn't know, that's just good Twitch etiquette. But especially don't do it to my friends. Unless they specifically say that they want it. Let's pause this music and hit the raid out button. And that's all I got for you, folks. It was a good day today. We got a lot of stuff done in the game. We didn't do a whole lot of story progress, but I've enjoyed the way that Disc 2 has like immediately said, hey, guess what? There is side content. We didn't give you any in Disc 1. Now you can wander around a little bit. And we did a lot of that yesterday and today. And the next time we play this, we're going to be like back on the grind, back on the straight and narrow. There were a couple of spots in the overworld that I kind of want to investigate because I feel like we didn't really check everything. So we may do a little bit of that before we come back here next week, but we'll see. I'll post an update on Monday about what's coming down the pipe for next week, but it's going to be normal schedule. So see y'all later. Let's go say hi to Pops.